Alright, what is up everybody? It's Lids and we are back for some Pyre Community Rite Nite, and that means multiplayer Pyre with people primarily from the Rite Club Discord server. If you are unfamiliar with that server, then look no further than right there. That is the way to join the group, where we will be chatting with some people and playing some games of Pyre against one another. But you in chat, you are not off the hook, because you can click on that red circle with the white L on it below chat, and there you will see all the various requests that you can make today, including things like witch exiles, masteries, talismans, arenas, songs, titan stars, all those things you want to see, you can make it happen. So, without further ado, let's pop into the versus mode screen here, and let me pop into said Discord group, and we'll get things going. Alright, I am in Discord now, and let me just set us back to our usual default settings here. Looking good in that regard, and I thought I saw, before we were getting going, that there was at least one, maybe even a couple people, saying that they were only going to be available in and around the beginning of today's stream. So for those of you who fall under that boat, then maybe it would be best if we were to begin with one of you, so that we make sure that we have time to get you in before you are no longer available. Now you guys are wondering, if you race me over to get in the request in for the Rite Club link, I think I might have beat you. What's up, Voxvoco? How are you doing? Yeah, sermon intro, once upon a time, I think we were doing it at least for the first and final rites of the night, and then everything else we were saying is more of a request-only type of scenario. So, I suppose we can leave it on for now. But I thought that Arumi was one of those people who was saying that he's only available at the beginning, and then afterward will be unavailable. So maybe, Arumi, if you are interested in jumping in to start us off, then we could make sure to get you in at the beginning. How's that sound? Okay, perfect. So why don't I send an invite to Arumi now? And let me get Steam Friends going as well. No, and actually, hold on. No, apparently Artemis Fowl did in fact beat me to the punch there. Okay, I stand corrected. Well done, well done. It's almost like I say the same thing for the intro every week, and you almost saw it coming. Well done, Artemis Fowl. Okay, let's see. I opened up Steam Friends, but did I actually send the invite to Rumi? Make sure that I do that as well. Okay, now we have the invite sent, and Arumi will be on the Essence, I assume. Is there anyone who would like to go up against Arumi to start us off? You're always faster on your own client, though. Interesting. Yeah, I thought on my own version of Twitch, I saw that I myself was quicker than Artemis Fowl, so maybe it's one of those instances where that little difference is key. Alright, but we have one person in here for Arumi. Do we have anyone who would like to go up against Arumi to start us off? Rachy Cake says, I don't know, I think I'm seeing Lids first. Alright, well there's our third party, our neutral person weighing in, and it would seem based on that, maybe I just barely beat you to the punch there, Artemis Fowl, but there's always next week. Alright, so yeah, looks like Arumi's already set himself up on player 2, so why don't I throw your name on there too? And let's see. Arumi. And let me actually show that. And let me switch you to the essence on here as well. Okay, perfect. So, let's see. In Arumi, I believe you're usually on controller, right? So we can have anyone go against you. Doesn't matter if it's keyboard, mouse, or another controller player. It should still be fine. Artemis Val's like, what? Why am I suddenly public enemy number 1? When did this happen? Well, Artemis Val, if you would like, you can participate in this upcoming right here and perhaps win back your favor in the eyes of the public. Alright, he requests a song and says, Lids, you know what it is. That I do. That I do. Shall we get you in as well then, Artemis Val? You want to play against Arumi here? How's that sound? Otherwise, I mean, I can jump in to start us off, but it seems like we have enough people in and around that we should be able to get a few other people in. Oh, you're not available to start off? Okay, no worries. I can fill in if there's no one who can jump in right now, but it seems like we have plenty of people, so I would assume that we can make it happen. You got other stuff to do? What? Excuse me, you mean to say you don't write off the entirety of your Sunday afternoons? The Rite Nites? How dare you? And as a reminder, we are, as a community, saving up for our Civil War. Baylor just pitching in a large sum there, and I believe we are getting quite close at this point in time. Baylor doing his best to chip in. Well done, Baylor. Thank you for that. And why don't I jump in, at least for the first right here, so that we don't keep Arumi waiting for too long. So I'll throw my name in here, and we already have the Pyre Hearts in as player 1 anyways, so that works well. Okay, there we go. Unfortunately, my professors do not care about Rite Nite. Well, I don't know. Maybe we ought to be sending your professors a letter then.
Hear me, exiles. You stand upon the hulk of Horus.
Oh man,
You shall
how better
take
to
part
start
here in a glorious tradition.
than with a boat.
Prevail and step closer to freedom. Pyre hearts stand ready. The essence stand ready. The rite shall begin
Okay.
forthwith.
So, okay, hold on. I'm getting my controller is not doing anything right now, which I thought we saw that in the past, whenever we tab out like this and then go back in, that oftentimes it would miraculously start working. It's not right now, though, so I'll try navigating the menus via just using mouse keyboard and hope that miraculously, once the rite starts up, that my controller will begin working then, because I would strongly prefer to go on controller rather than mouse keyboard for the actual rite itself. Worst comes to worst, we could try just restarting the rite after this, but we'll play that by ear a bit, see if it corrects itself later on. Another boat right dodged? I don't know about that. We did do some pretty crazy things on the boat last week.
Just choose.
Let's see. Those were primarily using this guy right here. And not feeling like I'm going to go with the meta or like per se. It's not really the intention here. The intention is more so just to maximize our flight capabilities on the boat. And maybe, I mean, you could go with either of these, but I feel like getting a huge flying Orlek with an extremely large presence maybe that's a good compliment. And the additional speed might actually help in that regard. If we're trying to maximize the distance that Orlek can cover, of course it does mean that we're missing out on things like prayer beads or the star splinters, which are usually the strongest choices that you can make with them, but that's not really the objective here. We're going for something a little bit different. We're going to see how far can we get Orlek to jump. That's the goal, Mel. That's the goal, I'm thinking. Because we almost pulled it off last week where we got Orlek flying all the way across the arena and into the Pyre, but we just missed the mark ever so slightly. So I'm hoping we might be able to pull it off this time around. And Arumi, did we lose you here? Oh, I see. Now it appears as though Steam Remote Play has registered your controller, so maybe for a second there it was out. Oh, you know what?
Decided yet?
You know what it is? It thinks that I'm player 2, and it thinks that you are player 1. That is what happened. Okay, hold on one second. Then we probably should do a quick reset here, and at the very least, swap ourselves around, because that does mean that I just picked the first character for you. That's probably not what you were looking for, per se. So let's just do a switcheroo here, and we'll go put me on player 2 as the Pyre Hearts, but you, player 1, as the Essence. Let me just swap around our names here real quick. Make sure that we are not confusing ourselves with all that. This will actually be Arumi, and player 2, that's actually going to be me. And I think that's going to fix things here. Swap around who's listed as the Essence. And the Pyre Hearts as well. Okay. That should do the trick then, I think. And if you would like, in case you were concerned about us deliberately, air quotes, deliberately, circumventing the boat right now, we'll guarantee it. You guys were expecting a boat, we'll give you a boat.
Stand forth, exiles. Welcome to the Hulk of Ores. Here one of you may walk the path to glory. May further shame befall whomever fails. The Essence, stand prepared. Pyre Hearts, stand prepared.
Okay, so now Arumi, this is Arumi controlling. That is a good sign. Arumi is in fact player 1 here, and you are free to choose whoever you like. I suppose I've shown my cards a little bit here after having sort of chosen my first character in the previous go-round, but the boat is a little bit different in that the first person that we take is going to be the person we lead off with for the very first round, and then after that it's actually going to be the second one, if I remember correctly. I remember there's always that confusion about that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. So I think we actually don't want to go Orlek first here. We probably want to make Orlek second, in which case, who do we want first? I'm thinking, who else have we found does some pretty crazy things with the boat magic? I think it's Savages as well. I think they could do some pretty crazy things, so let's go with Gareth here. Go with the usual mastery setup. And then I would say, you know, oftentimes you'd go for the throwing talismans on the Savages, but that's not really what we're going for here. We'll give prayer beads to Gareth. Make him be the one of the other jumpers. He's not going to be our best jumper. I do still think that's going to be primarily Orlek here. So we'll give Orlek the Tailwind Crest in order to increase his quickness, and I think that might make it easier for him to jump further, but there isn't really any direct talisman to affect the jumping distance, which is unfortunate, I think, but we'll try to make it work here. See if we can increase the total distance that Orlek can cover in the air. Make him sprout some wings. And Arumi is also going for a Savage, okay. And Arumi is at least thinking about going with the throwing talismans, which oftentimes would be the go-tos with the Savages, because they are so good with the throws. Though, then again, I've been talking a lot about jumping and flying, so to speak, and so a Titan Tooth or something like that could be a strong counter as well. Potentially more of a defensive option rather than the throws, which would certainly be more of an offensive route. Well, that's just one of many options here. Ultimately, yes, Arumi settles for the quick throwing talisman, so strong choice for sure. And this is the spot where I think we opt to go with Orlek. Like I was saying, not really going for the Celestial Spike meta where we are focusing on him throwing as quickly as possible and banishing with those throws. No, we're going to go for high-flying Orlek, and we're going to give him a little bit of extra presence just to make him all the more intimidating when he does fly across the map. And so, I think Tailwind Crest is the closest thing we have to allowing Orlek to increase his jumping distance. So we'll go with that, make him extra speedy. Yeah, Baylor, we have fantasy, sports, and basketball. And funny thing is, a little inside baseball for you. Let's see, what is this on? I think this is on Twitch or YouTube. But for one of them, I think it must have been Twitch. I get some analytics for the streams and can basically see, okay, does anyone ever click on your stream based on those tags that you give it? And the top tag for the stream is actually basketball. And of course, the only thing I'm playing that has basketball as a tag is this right here. So as it turns out, yes, there are in fact people who are clicking on this stream specifically because they saw the basketball tag, which I found pretty hilarious. So that's a little fun fact for you there. As for who I pick on the last spot, though, I think we already have our designated jumpers, and maybe we stick with someone who's a little bit more defensive in the last spot here. And so I'm thinking maybe we stick with an imp and do something like a Tizo. And why don't we go with a safe return, just because we have Orlek. And so he takes forever to come back. It'd be nice to have someone who's guaranteed to come back quickly. And then the meta setup, so to speak, would definitely be to put on Webbed Lanthorn. It is good, especially with Orlek, in order to make sure you have a way to consistently bring him back. But, I mean, again, yes, it's the quote-unquote correct choice, for sure. But I'm going to go with what I would say is probably oftentimes the second best choice on the imps. But I totally forgot that I was going to have Gareth first and not Orlek. I was like, what? That's not Orlek. But now we should have Orlek first. There we go. Please, knock away. And, yeah, I mean, it's more of a traditional just jump in the Pyre and bully people with Orlek approach. Not really what we're looking for. That's unblockable, so that's probably going to make it in. Unless it's short, and it was. So yeah, I think we're going to want to focus more on the actual jumping all over the place approach that I was talking about before. Yeah, point blank throw from Gareth. Now Orlek will be back, because we didn't put Pyre beads on him. Please don't hit me. Okay, but what we really want is, say, something like... I mean, not really. Was trying to hop over that water there and make it straight into the Pyre, which of course didn't happen. And again, we're going to be down in Orlek because he doesn't have Pyre beads. Ooh, you nearly anticipated that. Well done. What? You think Gareth's going over there? How'd you know? Oh, I actually didn't want to catch that. I actually wanted to banish you. But fortunately, we still have Gareth over here. Cherry picking. Okay, but what we really want, what we're really looking to do, is have Orlek do something like, almost that. I really didn't think that jump was going to make it, but it almost had a second and third jump along with it, where it looked like he was going to land, and then just didn't. Decided, hold on, I'm just going to, you know, re-jump here mid-flight, defy all laws of physics. Problem with us not going with the Webbed Lanthorn on Tizo or anything like that is that we are now waiting for a very long time to get Orlek back. One person down, but that's not really who I wanted to take down. Okay, come on, Orlek. He's back now. Oh no, don't power cast to take him out. We were just waiting for him.
punishment for
Alright, well, plenty of time for Arumi here. It does mean at least we automatically get Orlek back. That much is true, but unfortunate. Okay, hold on. Don't take out Orlek. Please. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. And then, huzzah! Nope, not that time. Hold on. We need another attempt here. No. Whoa, okay. I guess? Again, odd. Odd in that he jumps, and then you think the jump is over, but then it isn't. Not exactly what we were looking for, but I guess we'll take it.
The rite is done.
GG, Arumi. Well played.
Until the stars align.
You are available to hop on whenever? Okay. Yeah, I think, generally speaking, I'm just gonna fill in when we're in between people being able to play, so in that case, I'm more than happy to swap out here. And Arumi is like, hold on, we did our guaranteed boat right. Lids, I'm changing this back to random saves before you forget. Fair enough. Okay, so let me send you an invite. Are you on Steam already? Let me see. Can I find you? Yep, I think I see you. Okay. Yep, I got you. Right here. Invite sent. Let me just set you up on stream as well. You'll be Chastity usually, is that right? Let's see. So now Rumi will stay player 1. You'll presumably swap in for me as player 2 as long as Pyre cooperates. And we'll switch you from Pyre Hearts over to the Chastity. Okay, there we go. And I don't think we've had another Crash Pack request, at least not yet, but maybe that's just the little reminder for Artemis Fowl to find another way to scheme up a way to describe that same request. Alright, so let me unplug my controller just in case that's going to mess up with other people's stuffs. And I'm now unplugged, and I have you guys all set up on stream here, so chat, let us know if there's anything you want to see for this next right. I don't believe we've seen a Thrash Pack request, so I'll turn that off unless you guys say otherwise. And I will also turn off the sermon intro, unless you say otherwise. And that would mean that we are in for a matchup between Arumi and SSC. And I'm not seeing anything coming from you guys in chat request-wise, so why don't we just have these two go at it. Remind me, SSC, is controller right for you, or are you actually mouse keyboard? Before we jump in.
Hang on a sec. I don't think my controller is connected properly.
Okay. Yep, no worries. In that case, chat.
At least... No, it's connected to this controller 3, so I think you might have to change it.
Let's see. I should have unplugged my controller. That I have. Why don't I'll try booting you from the game and then re-inviting you. Maybe that'll help.
Right, okay.
Because I think I may have still had my controller plugged in when I did invite you, and that might have gotten the game confused. That's my guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure if clicking on the controller icon next to the name...
Sometimes that works, yeah, but I found it's inconsistent. So I just booted you, and now I'm re-inviting you. Let's see how that works out.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Perfect. All right. In that case, let's get ourselves going. Okay, so we had the guaranteed kinda sorta boat right last time around. This time we're in the Glade of Lu, and that is the home arena for SSC. So we'll see if we have any additional Chastity members for that reason. Arumi is thinking of starting off with Snadra here. Did go for Snadra in the previous right. Those big power casts with a Goals Racer. Definitely very effective. However, it is a very crowded arena, the Glade of Lu, at least once the right starts get going and the brambles start creeping in. And so you can cover a lot of ground with one of those big power casts, yes, but may find that the brambles are stopping you from covering quite as much, or getting quite as much range on those casts as you normally would.
Sorry, invite me time.
Yeah, I may have just heard you disconnect. Do I need to reinvite you?
I just put my Ethernet cable in, so...
Oh, gotcha. Let me resend it then. Okay, there you go. Resent.
Okay.
So yeah, we have a Nomad with the power casting from Goals Bracer is the first character on Arumi's side. Here's SSC, and SSC will lead off, looks like with a Harp, namely Pamitha, with some additional speed from the Tailwind Crest. And going primarily on the left side, which is the speed specialist side for the Harps. Even takes the Harp Salute, allowing Pamitha to swap places with her nearest ally. Definitely an unusual pick, but it can be particularly effective when you are tying that with one of your teammates having high glory but usually low mobility, say something like a demon, having an easier way to get them all the way across the arena, using Pamitha's speed and then swapping over to a hard hitter like Jodariel. And it looks like that may be exactly what SSC is looking to do here. Even throwing on a Brazen Manor, mind you, so a salute for Jodariel as well. That means that if she can get that off and scores soon thereafter, she will have additional damage. So difficult to execute that, but if you can, it can be catastrophic, the amount of damage that SSC will be able to deal here. Keep a close eye out for Pamitha speeding over to the Pyre, swapping over to Jodariel, and then if she can also get her salute off, having a ton of damage. Enough so that even if SSC is not scoring frequently, with that much damage, might be enough that just a few scores will do the trick. Then rounds things out with Barker. So here we go, Snadra versus Pamitha to lead things off, and Snadra banishes one. That is one of the issues with SSC's setup here, is that it is very reliant on having both Pamitha and Jodariel together, and as soon as one of them gets banished, then that does suddenly start to fall apart a bit. So the strong defensive plays that Snadra is capable of doing with her big power cast, that should be, in some ways, a counter. Not to say that SSC can't still get the job done with someone like Barker, who has enough speed to zoom past some people, though not Palmas, at least not that time. Here is Pamitha, and she says, let me exact some revenge here. Take out Snadra after she banished me last time. There is the Harp Salute. That time swapping over to Barker, not Jodariel, which is maybe not what SSC was hoping for. It does swap to your closest friendly character, but sometimes it's not 100% certain as to which one that's going to be. Sometimes it's kind of close, and that time Barker had the chance to throw that in for 15 damage. So he'll stay in. There's the Harp Salute swapping over to Jodariel, which is generally speaking what SSC is likely going for here. This time, though, just opts to plunge directly with Pamitha. That looked like there may have been a Stubborn Flame active. That is one of the Crone abilities from Arumi that limits the amount of damage that SSC will deal when Arumi is behind. There's a 20 damage throw from Snadra, taking these two quite close now. There's that big power cast from Snadra, banishing everyone, and look at that. Barker does come back quickly, and that throw would have been unblockable, but did not quite have enough range on it to make it all the way into the Pyre. Barker, he goes down. Almas takes the orb over to Snadra. Jodariel back to defend, and her aura is big enough that she can take care of Snadra fairly easily. Looks to take out Almas. It's actually forfeit now, and she does manage to get rid of Jodariel. Snadra, power cast, enough to get rid of Pamitha, but then Snadra goes out afterwards to Barker. Barker with the orb, has the speed, and has Shooting Star, so he can banish with the throws, which is not something you see too often on the curves. Might catch Arumi a little bit off guard every now and again. Pamitha vanishes there. Orb for the taking. Oh, look at that. Brazen Manor setting up for Jodariel. So watch out for the switch here. There it is. Can Jodariel make it in? If she can, it's going to be huge damage. There it is, 38. And look at that, 37 life left for Arumi means one more of those, and of course Arumi would go down unless Arumi took any rekindling on the sap, which is possible. And just 10 damage there on the plunge. That is because that Stubborn Flame from Borfrit is limiting the amount of damage that SSE can deal. However, SSE did not have prayer beads on Jodariel, so she was not there initially. But after another score there, now she is. Hamatha's the one who's down, so that gets rid of Jodariel's easiest way to set up with the mobility, but she does still have the damage if she can make it all the way over there herself to the opposing Pyre. Here she is. But she goes down. Just Barker back for SSE, and SSE has Hamatha permanently banished, so that does mean numbers advantage here, at least exiles-wise. For a moment, for Rumi, though, everyone is banished on Rumi's side here.
Barely a mark against that flame.
And there's a quick throw from Barker, and actually that is the most damage that Barker could do because he was getting minus 10 damage from that Stubborn Flame from Borfrit. Borfrit with the cast, gets rid of one. Snadra, she goes down. Jodariel. They trade places there, Jodariel and Palmas, but that gives perhaps an opportunity for Hamatha. Though the power cast from Snadra comes just in time to take her out. Snadra can't get past Barker, he's too quick. He gets rid of Palmas as well. So opportunity here once again with Snadra coming back in a second. Is that going to be quick enough? It may be here. At least momentarily, she stops Hamatha and then banishes her. And there's that vanishing throw from Barker. Vanishes one, but then Barker goes down. Opportunity here for Borfrit. No, she gets blocked and then banished. Jodariel. It's locked off a bit there with the sapling, although the sapling explodes while she's in midair, and actually perhaps beneficial for Jodariel there. Time now for a charged throw from Hamatha, but again, minus 10 damage from Stubborn Flame is really limiting the amount of damage that SSE can do here. And SSE is still sitting on 80 life, so this is a rather commanding lead at the moment. Barker, thinking about it. Can't make it past Palmas. And look at this, Snadra is right up next to the opposing Pyre. Jodariel was coming back, but not quite quickly enough. So some damage there to SSE's Pyre. And it starts to get closer, because remember, we may see that Arumi has some rekindling there, but here's the teleportation for Jodariel with Brazen Manor, and, well, it says it's only 2 damage because it triggered the rekindling there, but I assure you that would have been far more damage than that. Oh, and look at that, Palmas teleporting over to stop Hamatha. That was a saving play there, because with only 10 life left, any score would do it for SSE, except for a Barker throw or plunge. Barker is presumably getting minus 10 damage still from the Stubborn Flame. Hamatha would have enough, though, and she does it right there. Well played, you two. Good game.
Their adversaries must be rather shaken after that. The ceremony is complete.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get the chance to see the 48 damage, which would have been the amount that we would have seen on SSE's plunge with Jodariel, but the Stubborn Flame was limiting that to just 38, only 38 damage, right? Still, well played, both of you. Alright, so chat, let us know if there's anything you want to see for the next Rite. That one, we just had those two pick whichever exiles they wanted, and we went with the random arena, and basically just left it to the will of the scribes. But if you have anything in mind, then you're of course more than welcome to send us your requests. Seeing no such requests, though, why don't we jump into another one here and have these two pick whatever they'd like to pick, and we'll end up in a random arena. Where will it be this time?
The essence shall confront.
Okay, this time we're looking at the Spring of Jomir. Oftentimes at or near the top of many players' favorite arenas.
Who shall conduct the rites?
Fairly neutral in that it doesn't have anything that is particularly, that has a large effect on what people choose to do with their exiles or abilities. Saris would like to play soon as well. Saris, I think that we have some people who are only available at the very beginning, so they may be looking to swap out in the not-so-distant future, in which case we can certainly make a point to trying to get you in after them. How's that sound? Rumi here is leading off with Dalbert. And with the usual setup with the extra speed and jumps, a little bit of extra damage as well. And then Kerfang would further increase that damage there, taking one of the exiles, one of the classes, that is usually on the easy end in terms of scoring, but on the lower end in terms of the amount of damage that you deal when you do score. So to take that talisman there is certainly complementary, covering for what would normally be one of the weaknesses of the Curs. And this time also a Cur from SSC does go with Barker once more, though this time instead of having the banishments on the throws, goes with the extra speed. And that will make for a very quick Cur. And this... is this a Rumi? Or is this Phaler? Because it really looks like we're getting a bit of a all fate setup here, which is usually something that we only see coming from Phaler. Making me do a bit of a double take here. We'll have to see if Arumi rounds out the team with Raji, the imp member of the Fate, to be 100% Fate, but SSC goes with Gilman here for his second character, and yes, it does appear as though Arumi is going 100% Fate.
Exile.
Confirmed. Following in Phaler's footsteps. Then SSC will finish with, it's looking like Pamtha did take her last time and was very effective with her. Went with the rather unusual approach, going all left side, including the Harp Salute. See if he goes for that this time as well. This time does not. Doesn't go for the Salute, but does take the additional quickness. Still a little bit unusual. But definitely with that and also the additional speed on Barker, this will be a very quick team for SSC, and banishes a couple there, and here's Pamitha. Can she take advantage of that additional speed here? Yes, she can. Speeds her way into the Pyre there for a 20 damage plunge. Barker, he's no slouch either, or rather, Dalbert no slouch either. Banishes one, then gets banished. There's everyone down for Rumi. That means once again an opportunity for SSC to plunge with Pamitha. As you can see there, she is coming back after she plunges, so she does have Parabeads. This time it's a quick throw from Arumi's Dalbert. 5 damage there, keeps everyone in on Arumi's team. And the timing there from the Raji implosion a little bit off, doesn't manage to banish everyone, but Almer gets that throw in, and then jumps immediately afterward, it seems. That was a throw, despite him also leaping into the Pyre afterward. It's 20 damage there for Arumi. Here's Barker, he counters with another 20. Meaning that SSC keeps the lead here. Pamitha, she has been dangerous thus far. She flies over the defenders there, and that's enough to make it into the Pyre, dropping Arumi down to 20 Pyre life, so one more of those and that would be it. Barker does have the increased damage, so he would be able to do it too. And there it is. Well played, well played. Phaler says, I don't know, didn't take the Lanthorn on Raji, therefore must be an imposter. There is one imposter among us. And SSC snuffed it out. Well played, you two. Alright, let us know if there's anything you all in chat want to see for the next one here. We can make it happen. As a reminder, you can do everything from requesting specific exiles, to masteries, talismans, arenas, songs, all those things. Saris taking us back to the boat. Alright. We had Arumi and I playing together on the boat for the first Rite of the Night, but SSC has been boatless thus far. So we'll see how SSC fares in this chaotic environment on the high seas.
The essence shall take on the chastity. Welcome.
How do you do crazy things like having only one person being able to score? Generally speaking, what we'll do is, if you have something that doesn't really fall into any of the pre-existing categories, then we'll say that Titan Stars is sort of like the catch-all. So if you want to do something that you feel would be interesting, but you don't see it as one of the ones that are listed there, then I would say Titan Stars is usually our go-to for that. And here we see SSC is using Orlek. Will we have him doing the same type of thing that I was doing earlier with maximizing the jumping distance on Orlek? Goes with the prayer beads. Oh, and Arumi did as well. I think regardless of whether or not you go for the Tailwind Crest, which is what I had done for the additional quickness, he's still going to have a ton of ability to leap across the arena. And being able to make sure that when he does plunge, he can still come back from banishment, that is very helpful. So prayer beads certainly not a bad option either. And I think many demons can make the jumping work. Orlek, I think, generally does hold off the best because he does have the additional quickness to go along with it as well. But Jodariel can do something similar here, so keep an eye on her. Yeah, at least on this map, demons in many ways can in fact fly, or come very close to it. Arumi said he can stay all day in Discord? If so, then that's great. Thought I remembered at one point Arumi was saying, maybe only for a little while. But the more the merrier, the longer the merrier. And of course, we'll just get other people swapped in whenever these two feel like they need a break. And it sounds like we already have at least one or two people who are looking to swap in when they can. And I think we had both people finishing their teams with no match there. Snadra on Arumi's side, and then Headwind on SSC's side. Orlek versus Orlek, and no surprises there. Orlek wins and plunges 25 damage. And like we were saying, Orlek with the prayer beads means he can come back here, and here's Arumi's Orlek. Oh, and just barely gets banished. And as we're seeing, yes, Orlek can in fact fly. Kinda like that, although sometimes it is a little bit unexpected. May not necessarily be intended, and so controlling it is at times easier said than done. That is sort of just what comes with the chaos of the boat, right? There it is again. Jodariel taking flight that time. You just need to embrace the madness a bit. Or like, whoa, look at that one. That was a big jump for sure. But he goes down here, and the banishment with Tizo brings back Arumi's Orlek with the Webbed Lanthorn. So here he is. He goes flying from one side to the other and has an open fire here. Oh, and just as Jodariel is coming back, oh, that throw is just short. But Jodariel has it. She goes down now. That means everyone on SSC's side is down, so perhaps an opportunity here for Orlek. Oh, but Arumi is actually anticipating the opposing character showing up and wants to cast in order to banish them as soon as they do, instead of taking the orb. Interesting strategy there. Jodariel does manage to survive it. Orlek does not. Here's Tizo. Oh, and mistimes the implosion there on Jodariel, but the shoulder smash gets rid of Jodariel from Snadra. And Jodariel, just as she's about to make it in, she gets banished once more. Here's Arumi's Orlek. He tries to throw, but that gets intercepted by an incoming Orlek. So lots of trading here. And here is SSC's Orlek, seems to just charge into the opposing Orlek. But here's Arumi's Orlek going through a portal and throws that one in for 17 damage. And one benefit of SSC taking all the demons is that on one of them at least, did opt for the additional starting Pyre HP life. And so, well, 35 additional life, I should say. So here's Jodariel plunging, and that brings Arumi down to 20.
with the ceremony.
whereas SSE is still standing on a comfortable 118. And SSE bringing back Orlek,
Done.
plunges with him, and finishes
The
it.
chastity prevail. Their adversaries proved no match.
Love the shoulder smashing nomads banishing demons twice their side. Yeah, it does look like if anyone should be doing the shoulder smashing on that occasion, you'd think it would be the demons. But apparently not. Those nomads, they have a special skill of sorts.
Until the next rite.
Thanks for stopping by, Arumi. Happy to have you. And it looks like that does mean that we'll be looking for someone else to swap in Arumi's place. I know, Saris, you were saying you were looking to get in soon. Are you still interested and available? Still gonna watch? Okay, awesome. Saris, extremely available, interested. Okay, let's get Saris in then. SSC, just to check in on you, are you good to stick around, or do you want to swap out as well? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm fine. I don't know why I'm set to keyboard and mouse though.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna invite Saris, and then we'll get that stuff sorted out, because I think Saris usually does go on keyboard mouse, so then we can just swap it back, and I think we should be fine then. But we'll see what happens once we reintroduce another character here, another player, I should say. Okay, so Saris in. Let me set you up on stream as well, Saris. Saris will be playing as player 1. And Saris will be the distance, is that right? Oh, Arumi's power just went out. Oh, unfortunate. Okay, there we go. Saris set up on the distance. Let's go back to the random arena. And Saris, do we have you in here? Looks like it, based on how we have someone who is auto-clicking the sermon intro. Saris, you're player 1. Heads up, you're player 1. So I think SSC is Chastity, yeah. There we go. Okay, so now we have Saris on keyboard mouse. We have SSC is still on controller. That's looking good.
I can't change for some reason.
Can't change what?
Trying for it by pressing L and R, so...
Ah, that is strange. Want to try unplugging and replugging your controller really quick, just to be sure? Let's try that, and that might help out.
Ooh, I'm
On a-
controlling the no. I don't know.
Still not doing it? That does look
No.
like you're still able to move around your cursor, though.
Yeah, I'm player 2 though, so I should be able to.
Yeah, that is strange. Huh. Let's try this. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if you're going to show up as player 1 here or player 2. You may, in fact, be player 1 right now after that.
Yeah.
Want to try having you as player 1 and Saris as player 2 and see how that works out?
Yeah, I think that's... what we're
Seems
gonna
like
have
that
to do.
might actually be a little more likely to be the case. Let me also set you guys up on stream, because right now I also have still have Saris listed as player 1 and you as player 2, so I'll swap that around real quick.
Welcome, exiles. You heed the summons to the fall of Solium. You now have this chance to prove yourselves. Try not to let the pressure get to you.
Try not to let the pressure get to you.
The chastity stand prepared. Dissidents stand ready.
Okay, so before you pick your SSC, just give me a second. I'll swap you guys around on stream so that we have the right names on the right people and we don't confuse people wondering why SSC is scoring on SSC or vice versa. Okay. This will be SSC now. And this will actually be Saris. And then we'll swap around your triumvirates as well. And where'd that essence come from? What? There we go. Alright. Choose away. Yeah, it shouldn't have mattered for keyboard, mouse, and controller. You'd think that Pyre would be able to recognize readily who's doing which. Just be safe. So Jodariel first for SSC. Then Saris is someone who does oftentimes opt to go with saps, at least more so than others. When he does, I think we often see it in the first spot here, so does go for that this time around, or at least seems to be setting that up. Question of whether to have a numbing gust or some rekindling. Healing everyone. Goes for the numbing gust, so that means that if everyone on Saris' side is banished, SSC will not be able to sprint, throw, or use any other abilities. That is a strong defensive mechanic there, where Saris can play a little bit more aggressively, knowing that if everyone does go down, he may have time to get people back and form a defensive wall once again before SSC has the time to score. So there are certainly some characters who, even when they can't sprint, are fairly quick. The Harps, they're fairly high on that list, but there is one in particular who is certainly the speed walking champion, and I don't believe we've yet seen. And now Saris, considering throwing in a Harp of his own, goes with the right side Harp, but does not take the Aura Explosion. That is a rare sight indeed. And perhaps for that reason, maybe reconsidering things here and goes for the left side, the quick harp with Pamitha. Now, last one here for SSC, and SSC is thinking maybe one of the crones for a big cast, unblockable throws, quick. Though at times difficult to control, they do have rather a lot of momentum. Make it difficult to maneuver around tight corners, avoid ending up in an opponent's aura. And Saris is rounding out the team with, it would appear, Barker, quick Kerr. At the moment, at least, set up with some additional damage on the Kerr Fang. That would oftentimes be one of the Kerr weaknesses, is that yes, they are fast and therefore one of the easier classes to score with, but don't cause that much damage when they do score. But when you load up on the additional damage on the Mastery and also the damage on the Talisman, then that does make up for that quite a bit. We start off here, and Saris is locking down the orb with a sapling. I think we'll see a lot of that. That is largely the reason why I think that we'll see Saris oftentimes using those saps in the first spot, make it easy to throw down those saplings as quickly as possible, or the opponent can get to the orb. Here's Saris with that quick Pamitha, and she's speeding away from Bertrude. She has enough stamina to fly in for the 20 damage plunge. So first score goes to Saris. Pamitha charges in and takes out Barker. Pamitha for Saris did not have prayer beads. That does mean that Saris is down one team member now. And that was a well-coordinated dive into the sapling to pick up the orb from Jodariel. Managed to do so without getting banished, however, took a little bit of time to get the orb. Does still manage to plunge here for 30 damage though, jumping over Barker's cast. And with that, that means that SSC has taken the lead here. Well, with the Jodariel plunge being worth more than the 20 damage Pamitha plunge that we saw with Saris. But here's Saris coming back with Barker. And there you see, normally those Kerrs would at least start off with 15 damage, but Saris pumped it all the way up to 28. That's what we were talking about before. That does make Barker particularly dangerous in that regard, but once again, Saris, I believe, did not take prayer beads on anyone. So once again, Saris was down one team member, but it didn't matter. Still able to score when undermanned. This time, a 20 damage plunge with Pamitha. Saris extends the lead here. SSC goes down to the sapling. Barker is back. Barker has 28 damage if he plunges. There's not quite enough to do it
Sad for the
in one fell
dissidents.
swoop, but there's Numbing Gust triggering. That means SSE could not jump, throw, or sprint while Saris had everyone banished, but as soon as someone did come back, well-timed jump, leap over the defender, and make it into the Pyre there. Once again, Saris locking down the orb with the sapling,
The chastity
and taking out the defender, Bertrude. Making for a simple plunge there for Pamitha. May have had time to throw that one in. Possibly a bit of a misplay on Saris' part in that regard. And there you saw the Harps. They are capable of charging into a sapling and taking out the sapling. That is the one class who can most easily work around that. Yeah, if Saris had thrown in that orb, then Saris would not have been down one character. Then again, hasn't stopped Saris from scoring in the past. Doesn't stop him this time either. So Saris going for the victory there with the Barker plunge.
'Twas the will of the 8 scribes which kept their flame alive.
GG, well
The
played.
rite is done.
Ham is shaking her head, saying, if they don't have Fell Swoop, are they even Harps? If you ask Saris, Saris says, well, I can make it
Until
work.
the stars align.
Alright, so chat, let us know if there's anything you want for the next one here. That was our first right between SSE and Saris, and I don't think these two had ever played each other before. I'm pretty sure that was the first time they'd ever gone against each other. So looking forward to more of that and seeing how these two pair up against one another. Seeing if they develop any specific strategies and counter plays to go against the types of teams they're expecting to find from one another once they start to get a better sense as to what they might expect. Not seeing any requests from chat though, so why don't we get this one going? And Saris presses the start button before I can turn off the sermon intro. One day, Saris, I'll beat you to the punch.
I bid you welcome, exiles. You heed the summons to the pit of Melith. You are gathered to conduct this rite. Let us determine which of you is the superior. The chastity, stand ready. Dissidents, stand prepared.
Okay, so our first right in the Pit of Melith. One of, if not the very smallest, of arenas, which could potentially influence the types of teams these two opt to take. Means that some of these speedy characters, like additional speed on Pamitha, or something like a Cur or Worm, might be able to sprint to the orb and maybe even make it all the way to the opposing Pyre before they run out of stamina. Does also mean that some of the bigger, slower characters that can deal a lot of damage when they do make it to the Pyre, they don't need to make it quite as far as they would normally need to make it in other larger maps, so easier to score with them as well. So no shortage of options here. Just maybe slightly different approach than you might normally take.
Exile.
SSC. The second character. Did see Saris use Numbing Gust on a sap last time round, which is functionally the same ability that you get from equipping the Typhoon bottle. So SSC may be saying, you know, I could use something kind of like that here. Making it so that if everyone on SSC's team is banished, Saris will not be able to sprint, throw, or use any other special abilities. Which in a small arena such as this, that is another thing to note, is that it is generally a lot easier to banish the opposing team, because the auras take up a large percentage of the arena, and you can cast and practically hit the opposing team almost immediately. So there is definitely going to be, I think, more time in which everyone is banished than you would normally see in this rite relative to other rites. So Numbing Gust and the Typhoon bottle, perhaps more effective than usual on this occasion. Nell is saying, where are the worms? Hold on.
Sandra.
For a second there, I thought we were getting a A worm tease from Saris looked like might have been considering leading off with one of those, but went for the harp instead. And I don't think we've seen maybe even a single worm yet today. And SSC bringing in the big boys, namely Orlek, largest aura, and perhaps further reason or justification for putting on the Typhoon bottle on Headwind as SSC did earlier, because Orlek will take a long time to come back if he does get banished. Did go with Prayer Beads, so if he plunges, he will come back. But not so much if he gets banished the old-fashioned way. Then Saris, going with the Banishing Throw on the Savage. That could be potentially a way to counter Orlek here. Here is Orlek, and those jumps, like I was saying before, doesn't take much to make it all the way to the opposing Pyre. Saris goes down here, and Orlek takes a few steps with the orb and can already jump in. And does so here as well. That Prayer Beads, of course, he will be coming back, and therefore, is there a way for Saris to stop what has been 2 quick scores from SSC? Now SSC piles on here. That time a 20 damage plunge from Pamitha, though Pamitha does not have Prayer Beads, so she's not coming back. So in that way, a little less of an ideal scenario for SSC, and Saris was waiting to banish with that throw there and takes out Orlek. Oh, but note that SSC did take the ability from the Nomads to resurrect allies when you step on their portraits there, which is another way to bring back Orlek quickly. And with that Orlek plunge, that drops Saris down to just 5 Pyre life. Is there a way for Saris to come off with a miraculous comeback here? It'd be difficult, but Saris may have the skill to get the job done. Zoxiana gets rid of the last defender there. Does mean that the Typhoon bottle will trigger here, but as people start coming back on SSC's side, now Saris can start using abilities. Gets stopped, though, before Zoxiana can finish the job. Here's Pamitha. Speaking of finishing the job, she drops Saris down to 0 life and takes the victory.
Their hapless adversaries stood no chance. The right
SSC wanted the win for sure, it does seem. Well played. Round 1 to Saris, round 2 to SSC.
Until the next right.
The plot thickens. Alright, so, anything we want for this next right here, chat? Or will we have these two pick whichever teams they'd like to pick and find ourselves in a random arena? Yeah, going full Curse is usually extremely quick. Not only because they're very strong offensively and fast, but also because defensively, they're generally not one of the better classes, so means that your opponent is going to score very quickly, and there's not a lot you can do to stop it. Mel, with an Exiles request, says worms. I just want worms. Mel, do you want 100% worms? Do you want 6 worms in total? Or will one worm do it? How many worms are we talking here?
Why, hello, exiles.
Also the intro.
As many as they want? Okay.
To the book
And in a
of
small
rights.
arena as well.
Have you the fortitude required to prevail? Prevail and earn the favor of the scribes. The chastity, stand ready. Dissidents, stand prepared. Who
Okay,
shall
so the
conduct
request
the
is
right?
at least 1 worm. Up to you, you can use more if you'd like, but have to have at least 1. And like we were saying, I think this will actually be our first right with worms in it thus far, which is strange because they're usually pretty common, but for some reason, we've seen that people are not so inclined to use them, at least not yet today. Sarah says, well, you know, sure, I'll get my worm in eventually, but that doesn't stop me from leading off with Orlek here. And, well, the thing is, went with Prayer Beads there, and not quite the quote-unquote meta setup from Mastery standpoint either. Did not go with the Celestial Spike. But we may be seeing a somewhat familiar setup from Saris here. And it does seem like the two of them are big fans of using the demons. We've seen certainly more demons than anything, or maybe demons and harps have certainly been the two most common classes thus far by a lot. Maybe nomads in third. But SSC is embracing the worms here. Took one in the first spot and is looking to take a second one here.
Sir Deluge.
Saris has not yet taken the one worm minimum, but looks as though he may be doing so this time round, and Vengeful Vow on the worm, when paired up with Orlek, is certainly an extremely strong combination, because that is a way for the worms to charge into opposing characters and banish them, and the worms do have the ability with their masteries to bring back a friend when they do banish someone, so that's a way to get back Orlek, someone who would normally be very powerful, yes, but a bit of a liability if and when he does go down, because he takes 30 seconds to come back from banishment. So the worm covering for Orlek's greatest weakness in that way. But SSC has taken 2 worms already and is saying, why not? Why not go for a third here? Yeah, demons, harps, and snappers, exactly. That's what we saw thus far. Oops, sorry, as I bang my glass of water on the table. Last one for Saris, and Saris does seem to be going with the Web Lanthorn on the Imp. Very close to the quote-unquote meta setup. I was going to say, we've certainly seen Phaler make good use of it in the past. Oh, and SSC going with the Worm Salute there, freezing everything for 3 seconds. Very unusual. But yes, we've seen Phaler use the quote-unquote meta setup many times before, but Saris was technically someone who was also a big proponent of making that into the stalwart that it has become. Slight modifications here, like I was saying, in that Orlek cannot banish with the throws, which is usually the route that Phaler takes. Saris instead went with the prayer beads so that Orlek can plunge and come back after doing that. But SSC is the one to score here first, so SSC with the early lead. But here comes Saris with Orlek. Orlek blocked and vanished, though. The thing is, Saris has many ways to bring Orlek back when he does get banished. That is the primary setup of this team. Once again, the freeze from the worms, preventing Saris from doing anything, but does still have enough time to plunge there with Orlek, even after that. That means that Saris with a slim lead here. Here comes Orlek. He's quick enough to make it in that time. Yeah, great use of quick draw there. Orlek knocks everyone back, makes it into the Pyre gear once more. Another case of, with such a small arena, Orlek, once he gets the orb, he's dangerous from almost anywhere. He has such a big jump. SSC avoids the Imp explosion and jumps over Orlek and into the Pyre. No easy task when you see just how large that aura is from Orlek. That time Orlek does banish one, but he goes down. And one more of those from Orlek, and that would be it for SSC, because Orlek, of course, deals 25 damage when he does plunge. Here is Orlek. Avoids banishment there, and takes the victory with that plunge right there.
Dissidents prevail. 'Twas as though the scribes themselves stood by their side.
GG.
The rite is ended.
Well played, you two.
Until the stars align.
And with that, the series goes back 2-1 in Saris's favor. Seems as though these two may go back and forth, trading matches. We'll just have to see. Anything we want to see for this next right here? That one was at least one worm on each side, because for some reason, we did not see any worms until we made that very request. Like we were saying, it seems as though these two are very fond of using demons and harps, maybe to a lesser extent, slightly lesser extent, the nomads. And Lag Machine says, hold on, hold on. In that case, let's go all out demons this time, 100% demons. Lag Machine, just to double check here, are we including Orlek? Are we not including Orlek? What do you think? Does Orlek count? Or do you just want Vizpaleth, Jodariel, and Ignarius? And Lag Machine says, Orlek can't use talismans, so it seems like that may be the trade-off there. All demons, you can use Orlek, but if you do choose Orlek, then that means no talismans. So you take that Orlek pick at your own risk. Have to decide if you think it is worth it. Let's see what they choose to do. Oh, and yes, we had Rite begin just before we had the boat request. We'll get it for the next one, don't worry. Would have been nice for all the demons, though, for sure. Get the flying demons.
Now let us begin.
Want to see everyone fly? Yeah. Well, there are the giant pits of lava in the middle of this arena here, so we will certainly be able to see the demons put their usual jumping ability to good use here. They do still have large jumps, just they won't be able to have the double or sometimes even seemingly triple jump when they end up on the boat. As everyone knows, whenever you jump over water, you magically re-jump, because that's just totally the way that physics works. Lag Machine has the right idea. Alright, but we're looking at least on SSC's side, Iggy with a ring. Have our attention. And that does, of course, mean that those characters will have infinite stamina, at least at the beginning of a round. In addition to a little bit of extra attributes as well, but infinite stamina on a demon is a terrifying sight, because their sprint is extremely fast, and normally the main thing stopping them from having that ability be super overpowered is that they use up all or very close to all their stamina when they use it. But when they have infinite stamina, they can use it as much as they'd like, and suddenly they go from being one of, if not the slowest characters, into one of the fastest, if not the fastest. So it looks like it'll be Iggy plus Vizpaleth. I was wondering if we were going to see Iggy plus Jodariel, but SSC perhaps avoiding that eyebrow-raising pick. Hey, Rumi. Welcome back. Hope everything went all right. Getting the power back. All demons. All demons. None of those worms sneaking in there. That was the last, right? And it looks like we are seeing every person choosing 100% normal demons, no Orlex. So it seemed as though everyone was saying to themselves, I would rather have a talisman on a normal demon than have a talisman-less Orlex. And there's Saris with the first score here, the 30 damage throw, and look at Saris's starting Pyre life. Opted to take the additional Pyre life on all of his characters, bumping him all the way up to 205 starting Pyre life, meaning that at this point in time has nearly triple the Pyre life of SSC. So SSC has a bit of a mountain to climb here, though of course that does mean that Saris sacrificed other abilities in order to take that life, because that was mastery that he had to use one of his points to take. SSC, the opportunity here, has a 30 damage throw from Iggy over Vizpaleth. There's that infinite stamina from Iggy on SSC's side. Sprints over to the opposing side, banishes 2. But can't avoid Jodariel. So now here is Vizpaleth for SSC against Jodariel. Knocks her back and plunges for 30 damage here. Still trying to whittle away at that huge Pyre life on Saris' side, but making progress in that regard. and demons clashing above the pits of lava. None of them landing in the lava, unfortunately, perhaps. Would have been an interesting sight, but here's Jodariel with the orb for SSC, way back near her own pyre. She goes down to the opposing Jodariel, and here's Saris in a strong position here. Jodariel hanging out next to the opposing pyre, can throw that one in for 30 damage unopposed. That drops SSC down to just 40 life, and does, of course, keep all of Saris's characters. You saw there SSC's infinite stamina. Iggy was able to sprint past, but couldn't do much with that extra mobility. In the end, just leads to Jodariel with the orb here. Avoids the lava, but does get blocked and then banished. Saris's Jodariel, she goes down. Vids versus Vids. They take each other out. Iggy versus Jody. Iggy wins that one. Iggy versus Iggy. They both miss. But here's SSC, has the orb. Gets blocked, though. Then banished. Now Saris with Iggy. Passes over to Jodariel. Back to Iggy. Back to Jodariel, and Jodariel with a bit of space here. Gets intercepted with that throw, though. Now SSC with a bit of room. Oh, but Vids was there, back to defend. Hanging out by her own pyre. SSC. Some banishments, though. Saris.
Quite an exchange.
2 demons down. Charging up those casts. That's Jodariel emerging victorious in that trade there. Then she goes down after knocking back a couple of Saris's characters. Iggy to Jodariel. Jodariel back to Iggy. Iggy tries leaping over, but goes down. Does manage to get a pass off, but Jodariel goes down nonetheless. SSC with his own Jodariel, has all 3 demons versus just 1 on Saris's side. Avoids Jodariel and jumps over Iggy, giving him just enough time to leap in with Jodariel.
A swift recovery.
There's the infinite stamina of Vids, taking advantage of that for a little bit, at least to speed over to pick up the orb.
Was the last of them.
So she goes down here, and Jodariel was permanently banished. She does not have prayer beads when SSC scored, so that does mean that SSC will be at a numbers disadvantage here, more often than not, which is no easy task to score when you have relatively big and slow demons. It takes a long time to get all the way across the arena. By the time you do, chances are all of Saris's demons will be back. Definitely advantage Saris here. And Lagoon, thank you for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream here. Enjoying the Rite Nite action. SSC with the orb with Vids. Can't get past Jodariel. In fact, Jodariel banishes her. Saris just sidesteps the cast. Saris with that numbers advantage, like we said.
Vanished each in turn.
Vids versus Vids. Saris with the orb, though. Gets stopped this time. SSC has both demons back. Remember, Jodariel will be permanently banished here. So SSC probably will not ever find himself in a situation in which the stars are perfectly aligned with all of Saris's demons down, and with enough time to score on an undefended Pyre. So we'll need to try to score in situations such as this. Finding ways to knock back defenders with the jumps. So that was big. Does mean that, again, we'll be down 1 character, because Vids did not have prayer beads either. Those are the kinds of plays that SC is going to need to make if he wants to try to make up this difference that Saris has right now. Because Saris still holding on to a lead here.
A rude predicament for the chest.
And everyone down here for SSC. That is the downside, of course, by having to play a little bit of a higher risk, higher reward strategy. When things go awry, Saris may find himself with some easy scores there because Saris does have the numbers advantage, so he's more likely to find himself in that situation in which everyone is gone on the opposing side and may have time to score on an unattended Pyre. Though, I say that, and yet here is SSC plunging with all the opposing demons banished, so fortunate scenario there for SSC. And now suddenly things are getting awfully close here. remember that technically speaking, Ceres did take the additional Pyre starting life, yes, but had to sacrifice taking some additional abilities in order to do so. So, technically speaking, SSC's demons are slightly better in terms of their other abilities than Ceres' demons are, so if we are looking at a tie game from a Pyre life standpoint, in some ways that is advantage SSC, and SSC, with quite a comeback here, dropped Ceres down to 25 life, and that means one more of those demon plunges, and it is SSC's game. However, this is the risk SSC runs after plunging like that and losing Jodariel. May find that Ceres has opportunities, such as this, but Vids comes back in time to defend. SSC gets back the other demon, Ignarius, and down goes Vids though. Ignarius vanishes too, to at least successfully bide some time there. Ceres gets rid of the orb and gets rid of Iggy. Gets some reinforcements now, all demons back for Ceres, so this is the dangerous moment for SSC. Ceres could push here, but Jodariel goes down. Now we are actually undermanned on Ceres' side. So suddenly Ceres on defense, and look at that! Comeback complete from SSC.
They proved superior to their adversaries.
GG.
Thus end this night's proceedings.
Well played, you two.
Until the next rite.
And it looks like Ceres is saying that he is done for the night, or at least done for now. That means we'll be looking to have someone else swap in on Ceres' side. Is there anyone who would like to do just that? Anyone who has not yet played today? Hard to follow that one up, I know, but... And to check in on SSC on your end, how are you doing? You good to stick around? You want to swap out as well? How are you feeling?
Yeah. No, I'm fine to stay on.
Fine to stay on? Okay. In that case, we're looking for just someone to swap in for Ceres. And it could be either a mouse keyboard person or a controller person. Doesn't matter which. Like I said, ideally someone who's not yet played today. We'd like to maximize the number of people who get the chance to play. But I think we still have several people who've been hanging out in chat who have not yet gotten the chance to get in. If you are interested and available, then let me know, and happy to send you the invite. Yeah, Vizpaleth and all the other modded characters, unfortunately, do not have any dialogue at the end there. Just have to leave it up to your imagination to think about what they would have said in that type of scenario. Or are they just all the silent killer type? Just give you that deathly stare. Yeah, I just did that. I just pulled off the comeback. Get at me. Yeah, so I can jump in, if needed, to be this person to fill in to go against SSC here, though it does seem as though we have a reasonable number of people hanging out right now, so I would think that we probably have someone who is available, or well, at least we have enough bodies to jump in here. Have someone to go against SSC, but if people are just occupied at the moment, then I can fill in and just bide some time while other people are getting other things done. SSC perhaps scaring off the competition? That may be. Alright, well, I don't see anyone jumping up, raising their hand, saying me. In which case, why don't I swap in for now, but whenever anyone is interested and available to jump in, then I'm more than happy to swap out for you. My general preference is, like I was saying, to maximize the number of people who get the chance to play today, so in that case, it's not, I personally don't care how much I play in a given Rite Nite, so I'll jump in for now. And then as soon as anyone else wants to, they can swap in for me. I'll just throw my name on here. And I'll swap myself over from the Dissidents and onto the Pyre Hearts. Okay. Switch it in-game as well. Let me plug in my controller, and chat, let me know if there's anything you want to see for the next Rite while I'm getting that stuff set up. And I think I already had one Rite already today, so I've had a bit of a warm-up. That's okay. Don't have to go easy on me.
Is that someone joining or just saying hi in chat?
Dress up, geek out. Dugo, if you are interested and available, I'm more than happy to get you in. I would in many ways prefer to have you in rather than myself. If you're down, happy to swap you in right now. If you're interested, don't know, can't really, not sure if that's meant to be a yes, I'm volunteering.
Okay.
Okay. Why don't I go for a Rite or two then, and then I'll swap out for Dugo or whoever else is available at the time. Okay, and my controller is now plugged in. Just give it a second to register here, which it looks like it has. And yep, it's swapping the player 2 sigil, so I am definitely player 2. That means we are primed and ready to go. So let's do it. And it doesn't look like we have any requests here, so we'll just take whatever we'd like. See where we end up. Blade of Blue. So advantage SSC in that regard, playing in his home arena here. Then again, as we saw, what was that, a couple weeks ago? In some ways, Pyre Hearts are actually particularly weak in their own arena. It does not work terribly well to use worms on the boat, as we recently found out. Okay, and now SSC is leading off with a speedy marker. Then I'm gonna go, let's see, who I want to go with here. People were saying that the harps on Glade of Lou are not great because they can't fly over things, but we then were saying we were going to test it out and then never actually saw it happen. So I feel like maybe in the name of science, I'll go for that. Part of me feels like, on one hand, Zoxiana is a member of the Chastity, so maybe it's mutiny to have her going against the Chastity here, but we'll see if we can make it work. And then, for you, what do we want? Huh. Why don't we just make you be the prayer beads person, because I gave you the speeds.
Exile.
So, I thought they could, and then other people were saying to me that they could not. And then we said we were going to do a Rite to test it, and we took the harps and other jumping characters, and we intended to test it out, and then we just never actually tried to see if it could happen. So that's why I say partially in the name of science here, just to see, does it in fact work? I thought it did. But yeah, I know Phaler was saying that he doesn't think they can, and I think one other or two other people were saying they don't think they can. Because I thought I remembered in my first time playing the Glade of Lou in my campaign that I went with Hamatha and just flew over everything, and it was a breeze, and I was like, well, I mean, so much for the arena being small and having auras and obstacles, it's no problem for Hamatha. That was a while ago, though, so maybe I am misremembering, or maybe I just didn't recognize that it was just the people's auras I was flying over and not the obstacles, but we'll try to figure it out here. We'll try to see. And just to double check here, SSC is going with a sap. Okay. Sure. So, I was thinking going with Savage here, and this time, fully embracing the quick throws. They can't fly over the imps. Like when imps are hovering as well, they definitely crash into flying imps. And SSE is going with a speedy savage. As for the mastery makeup, though, thinking about going with the salute to teleport to the orb. Maybe even making it so that Stowaway doesn't use stamina when she has the orb. Gets rid of the speed. In fact, goes an entirely different route here. Instead, going defensively, the shoulder smash and big casting nomad. Was expecting for SSC to throw on a Gold's Bracer here, but no, instead goes for the speed on the talisman, so a little bit of a mixture there of the defense along with the talisman, giving some additional speed. Then on the last spot here, I was thinking, oh, hold on. Pyre. There we go. I was thinking on the last spot, I would choose more of a defensively oriented character. The question there would be, is that an imp? Is that a nomad? I was kind of thinking imp, although let's just double check. What are we expecting on SSC's side? I would say from the cur, probably some speed and some jumps, so an imp might be a little bit better in that case, whereas against a nomad, I'd say nomad's probably better with those big power casts. So, depends who we're more concerned about defending against. I'd say maybe the cur. Let's go with an imp, try to counter that. And how are we looking in terms of the hope on our characters here? Let's go with safe return just to be safe, make sure that we don't have any prolonged periods of time in which we have no people on the playing field here, because this is a small enough arena that if you do have people, or if you do have everyone banished, then your opponent can probably counter things pretty quickly. I'm going to go with the Hobe's Wings. Again, the Lanthorn is definitely the quote-unquote correct choice, if you will. But I like to mix things up a little bit. Go for the second best option. Okay, so we did go with prayer beads. Which does mean... Oh, everyone down, though. So yeah, we went with prayer beads. So that means we can plunge with Zoxiana, and we should still be fine when we do that. And plunge we shall with her. Between her and Gareth, those are definitely our best scorers. Ooh, well done with the... I think that's a nutrition stick, actually, on that occasion. Ooh, and the shooting star on Barker there, which I maybe should have taken a little more note of. Oh, and intercepted on the throw. Okay, banished one, but got banished in the process. Well shielded there. Oh, and well teleported there as well. Time it. Well, gonna get banished in the process, right? Gareth's back. Has the quick throw. That one makes it in. 20 damage there, lowering SSC down to 40, so a couple more of those and we would be done here. But well done to block. Except Zoxiana goes down in the process. Wolfred avoids that one. Want Zoxiana here. Oh, don't have the aura explosion, unfortunately. Didn't take that, so would have been nice on that occasion there. Oh, is that a... I was starting to jump, so I actually don't know if that was a shoulder smash. It could have been. Or if that was a more traditional cast, because I think SSC was also going for that. But there's the quick throw from Gareth, and that drops SSC down to 20. So one Gareth throw, one Zoxiana plunge. That would, in either occasion, do the trick, unless SSC took some rekindling, which certainly could have been the case. Ooh, oh, triple banishment there with a big cast from Headwind. Big plays there. Here's Zoxiana. Can outrun the defender there. Uses the Harp Sprint to push back the defender. making it into the Pyre there, but there is some rekindling. So it's not quite that simple. And we know that throw will banish. Oh, and there I sort of tried to jump over the brambles. Let's see if we can do it with Zoxiana. I think I did there. Kinda, sorta. It's sort of like looping around a bit, as you can see that. She's sort of autopiloted. Like, I'm gonna try to go... Oh, okay, well, I'm gonna try to go directly over it, but got banished in the process. That throw, or that jump would have sort of... You can see, like, I'm not changing the direction mid-flight. The game is sort of auto-targeting that jump to do so.
Positively brutish.
But there we go.
The Pyre hearts prevail.
Yeah, we are actually currently making a tabletop Pyre game. This is
The
true.
ceremony
It is still in development. GG on that one there, SSC.
Yeah.
until the next rite.
Yeah, at the moment it is a modded version, or at least the base game, if you will, is Ghost Lines, which is another tabletop game, and we've modified that to make it more Pyre-like and made a few other changes as well. At the moment, it is not Pyre-centric at all. Or rather, it's very much Pyre-centric. It's not Rite-centric at all. So it's mostly about surviving in the downside and whatnot. But if you're interested in designing or playtesting any of that stuff, then actually, drop this real quick. We are doing test runs and the sort in that Discord right there. So anyone who is interested in being involved in helping playtest and design a Pyre-themed tabletop game, then feel free to hop in to that Discord group right there.
That's
No worries.
Dress Up Geek Out wanted to join, by the way.
Yeah, Dress Up Geek Out, are you ready to go now? I know you were saying earlier you were probably 1 or 2 rights away from being able to do it. Is now good? Just a second? Okay. Why don't I start setting you up then? And we will prepare to swap me in for you. I assume, SSC, are you good to stick around? Should I swap out? Or
Yeah, I can say.
you can stay? Okay. Let me be the one who changes then. This will be Dugo. Dugo will not be the Pyre Hearts. Dugo will presumably be the Beyonders. So let's make that happen. Okay. Great. Swap you over here as well. Then I will send Dugo the invite. And let's see. There she is.
Okay. Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, how are you, Dugo?
I am okay. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How was your lunch?
It was tasty.
Nice. All you can ask for. All right, so I have sent you the invite. I've got everything all set up on my end, so let me know when you are good to go, Dugo.
I think this is working. Hello, SSC.
Hi.
Hi.
And you should be in on player 2, Dugo, so I think if you are not seeing your controller moving, then that should be fine. As long as, yeah, that's you changing your triumvirate, then that means you are in the right place.
Yes, I am indeed player 2.
Fantastic. All right. Not seeing anything from chat in terms of requests, so why don't we just have you two go with whatever you'd like to go with for this right here.
I can't be the only one who is like only playing Pyre on the air on your stream, and it's like the only time that I ever play it.
Welcome.
I can't be the only person.
No.
Who shall
I've just
conduct
been
the rite?
I've just been focusing on other things.
Well, happy to have you back.
Oh no, Speedy Worm. What do I do?
Yeah, Dugo Arumi says same for me.
What do I?
Sir Gilman.
Well,
How
how
does
can I
one
possi-
anti-worm?
How can I possibly?
The worms, they're too powerful. They're unstoppable. SSE's got the right idea.
You can be fast, but I can be sudden.
Oh, okay, okay. So Dugo says, counter the worm with the savage. The comeback of the worm is on.
Tay.
Just you wait. 2021 will be the year of the worm.
That sounds menacing.
Maybe? I mean, I meant it in like a Chinese New Year kind of way.
Oh, still.
But I don't think there are any years of the worm. Pretty sure that's not a thing.
I don't think so.
Chinese zodiac, I should say.
Was there a talisman that was like Shorter Smash? I can't remember.
Titan Tooth is probably the closest in the bottom rightish corner. It doesn't banish, but it stuns.
Yeah, that was like the demon upgrade one, wasn't it? It's good enough.
Mel says it also sounds pretty menacing. I don't know.
Edwin.
Alright, so Nomad second for SSC, and then Dugo, he's fond of playing with the Nomads as well, though usually it's Nadra, so I am rather surprised to see her leading off with Lendl here. I wonder if maybe that's just because Nadra is next, and she's planning on using 2 Nomads, but maybe just having a little bit of a change of heart here? Though that does seem odd. I mean, she is playing as the Beyonders, is she not?
You cannot comprehend what I'm doing.
I suppose not. And Mel, you might be onto something. Maybe snakes, worms. That would make 2025 the year of the worm.
Sir Deluge.
Just gonna hold out for a little over four years. One day our time will come. Just you wait.
No, I'm just having some fun.
It does seem like, yes, Dugo is thinking 2 Nomads after all, and the second one will, of course, be Snadra, and she has the extra presence there from Scriberock. Definitely a strong defensive team
In honor of
on
the
Dugo's side, but some quick worms from SSC. 2 of them, in fact. And he uses the stun there with the worm salute.
The orb is up.
I think that was SSC we saw using it previously, and it is very unusual, but SSC, once again, putting it to use here and scores for 15. Gilman is back. Gets rid of 1.
That's it.
What?
Dugo, trying to find the right character.
Oh no.
Oh, need a second?
Okay, yes, alright, it's good. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, resume. Oh, and Dugo back, as always, with her 360 cast. Usually they do land and hit the mark, but not that time.
Now then.
Stowaway, down. Likely Dugo's most dangerous character offensively, in what is otherwise a largely defensively oriented team with the Nomads.
To the flame.
Here is the Stowaway. She goes down before she can get that throw off. Headwind can't get a cast off there, and there's the big power cast that gets rid of Headwind. And also, Dugo recovering in time to get rid of Deluge before he can score. No one back here for SSC, at least not yet. Means time for... Oh, the Stowaway's throw is just short. There's the Titan Tooth from SSC, stunning Dugo, giving SSC enough time to follow up with the banishment. Dugo now back in control, has Snadra, has everyone back now. And there's once again the stun from SSC with the Worm Salute,
Exactly.
parry on, and plunges for 15. Such a rare sight, and yet uses it to break the flow, surprise the defender, and manages to score. Big 360 cast. Dugo doesn't need it this time, though. Stowaway. Oh, he goes down. Edwin goes down. Deluge, or rather Gilman, actually, the one doing the banishing that time, not the banish. And except that time, he takes everyone out. Lendl is back. Oh, and just in time to stop Gilman that time. Stowaway. Avoids getting banished, but now trying to stop Hedwyn. Picks up the orb, and she goes down. Lendl and Snadra back for Dugo. And Gilman actually does the banishing that time as well. SSC narrowly getting off some banishments there on some very close calls. Not that time, though. That took everyone out on SSC's side. That means, once again, Dugo probably looking to attack with the Stowaway, and this time, it happens again! Throw is just short. Dugo does have time to follow up with a plunge, although that is definitely not what she's looking for. That means
Absolutely not.
the Stowaway is permanently banished here, whereas the throw, of course, would have left her in the game. So numbers disadvantage to Dugo. And that throw is unblockable. So Deluge gets that one off for 15 damage here. Dugo does get the Stowaway back now, and avoids getting banished there, and banishes Deluge. Deluge actually banishes Stowaway there, despite, I would have thought, having a much smaller aura. Once again, the freeze. So Dugo able to recover there. Lendl gets taken out. But Gilman able to plunge for 15, dropping Dugo down to just 10. That means Dugo starting to run out of time here. As we were saying, Stowaway probably Dugo's strongest offensive character here, but you can't get the job done that time. Deluge once again stuns. Except Dugo switches to a different character and says no problem. Lendl goes down. Edwin can't get anyone with that cast, but can take the orb here. That throw, likely just to get rid of the orb in order to follow up with a cast. Oh, and Lendl avoided getting banished there, then gets banished the second time around, as does the Stowaway, so now Dugo with just Snadra back to defend. And that means Deluge can leap over her into the Pyre for the victory.
And what the
Woohoo.
victory it was.
Yikes, how did I...
Thus end this night's proceedings.
GG.
How did I not make those throws?
Till the stars align.
I would have given you time to retake that throw, honestly.
Uh-huh.
Sure you
You
would
did
have.
it.
I mean, you could always, of course, go with the additional throw distance talisman on the Savages. Then again, you risk, if you start getting used to that additional range, then as soon as you take it off, you might find yourself in a similar situation in which you are not sure exactly how far can I throw this? Yeah, I'm not sure if they were... I thought at least one of them was a fully charged throw, so I'm not sure if Quick Fling would have helped, or if you just needed the sling bullet there. Either way, throwing talismans on Savages, they are helpful.
Or maybe I'm like nearsighted or something and I can't... I think it's far enough, but I don't know.
I don't know. Ophaler says it does actually increase the range a little bit to use Quick Fling. Yeah, so in that case, maybe. Not seeing any requests for this one, though. Why don't we go straight into this?
Being nearsighted would explain it.
The chastity shall now face the Beyonders.
Okay, so we are back at the spring.
Who shall conduct the rites?
Somewhat large, but relatively simple arena that doesn't affect too much in terms of what people choose for their team. Means these two will likely pick whatever is their usual go-tos. Nothing that you would specifically do to plan around this arena, I don't think. So SSC Going with what would seem to be a bit of a different strategy this time. Going with the Black Claw, which is, of course, a
This
curse
doesn't work.
talisman.
This
On
doesn't
Dugo.
work with that, does it? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I'm at least 99% sure it doesn't.
Does not what?
Because this stops you from aura casting.
Does it prevent you from automatically exploding with Last Laugh?
I have no idea.
That's
And then,
my guess is that's not a cast.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
somebody in chat.
Phaler,
says-
yeah, Phaler says it still works. I'd trust Phaler in that instance then. He usually knows what he's talking about.
Tizo.
I wouldn't have guessed that though, I don't think. That could be an interesting combination.
Just seem a bit broken.
So SSE with a new strat there on the Imp. As for Dugo, she does like to go with the stowaway. We of course saw her use it last time, but hers as well. Taking prayer beads to make Yuki a plunger. Gives him the extra speed and triple jumps. A little bit of extra damage when he does plunge into the pyre, so a meta Kerr setup, or at least the usual Kerr setup there. Strong offensive choice for her. Next, we did see SSC use the Titan Tooth last time round, and may have been satisfied with the results here, as we see him putting them on Gertrude here.
Gertrude.
And after taking a little speedy Kerr with the first character, Dugo may be thinking, get a little bit of the other end of the spectrum by taking a large, high-presence character on the slower side, someone like Jodariel. Maybe shore up her defenses.
Jodariel.
And last one here for SSC. As the unusual Imp setup, as a Crone with Titan Tooth. Crones are interesting in that they can be strong offensive characters, yes. They have big casts, but they're difficult to defend with from an aerial standpoint. How do you round out a team with that? SSC says, finish it with the Worm. Alright, and then last one for Dugo here has already a pretty offensively oriented character and a pretty defensively oriented character, so up to her in terms of which one she wants to emphasize more with the last character here. Could certainly go in either direction. Seems to be going for a harp in the form of Tamitha. Did go for the harp salute, which is usually something that we don't see very much of, although we saw SSC doing it quite a bit earlier. It means that Tamitha will be able to salute to switch places with the nearest ally, which can be a way to set up a big slow character like Jodariel. Look at that big banishment from SSC.
That was
Leading to an
risky.
easy throw there.
I was mostly just curious.
Yeah, Dugo
That's not
looks
what-
like
That is
she went with
okay.
the
That was a mistake.
the harp
That was a mistake.
sprint, which can push both friends and foes, and pushed all of her friends into the middle, and that was what set up the SSC big banishment there. SSC following up with another 15 damage score. That is the thing about the worms. They are fairly easy to score with because they are so quick, but with just 15
Oops.
damage, 2 worm scores equals 1 Jodariel plunge. One Rupee, as soon as he gets the orb, gets banished. Ametha goes down as well. And Yeli's just taking people out right and left and says, but I can do more too. I can score as well. Does so for 15 damage there. Rookie goes down to Tizo, and there we do see that, yes, in fact, Tizo can implode, even when he has that cursed talisman that prevents the cast. And Bertrude jumps in for 30 damage here. And there is that big harp sprint push, moving all of Dugo's characters toward the middle. Aggressive play can work or can backfire. Depends on what SSC's reaction is, and SSC this time saw that meant there were fewer defenders back near the opposing Pyre and was able to plunge in there. Ametha down this time. Dariel as well, that leaves Dugo with no one left to defend the Pyre. SSC able to do an unblockable throw with the Crone, and that finishes it.
They overwhelm their adversaries utterly. The rite is done.
I'm getting a little bit tired, so if somebody else wants to step in.
Alright. Thanks for stopping by, SSC. Happy to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
Until the next
And,
rite.
Good game.
Yeah, for sure.
So SSC is looking to swap out here. That means we are looking for someone else to jump in. Could be either a controller or a mouse keyboard person, doesn't matter which. Dugo, to check in on you. Are you doing all right?
I just started, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I figured, but I figured I'd ask it just in case. Okay, so that means that we are looking for just one person to swap in, going against Dugo. To replace SSC, is there anyone who has not yet played today who'd like to get in on the action?
I can jump in. I'm not dead yet. Don't worry.
Cool guy! How are you?
Barely alive.
Oh, I'm sure you're doing fine. Happy to have you. Happy to hear from you. Okay, let's get Cool Guy in then.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Let's get Cool Guy in.
Hello, cool guy.
Hello, I'm alive.
And this
I'm
used to
glad.
be, yeah, once upon a time, this was a classic matchup as well, was it not? The Dugo versus Cool Guy showdown? Was that the one that we said basically happened every single Rite Nite? Or am I
Correct.
thinking of a different one?
No, it's this one.
You're
Cool
thinking
guy.
of the other Dugo.
Ah, right, of course. No, Dugo, Dress Up Geek Out, I must have gotten them mixed up, right?
It's Dufo dressed up freak out.
Ah, of course. My mistake, I'm sorry. That is a good alter ego, though. That is a very good alter ego. Okay, let's see. Cool Guy, are you gonna be Tempers? Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, and we have what? Dissonants are hiding back there? No distance. Get out. Okay, great. Let me send you the invite, Cool Guy.
And then there's my evasive alter ego dressed up sneak out.
That's actually fantastic. You need to, like, create a comic in which you have all these alter egos. That'd be hilarious.
Geek out, freak out, sneak out, tweak out. Nah, that's too serious.
Have to use my controller.
Oh, we could, Dugo can go on controller and you can go mouse
No,
keyboard if you prefer.
No.
You want to go
it's
controller?
fine. Yeah, I kind of have to because my computer's being angry right now whenever I use a mouse.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Can I just have one of you double check hitting on, what is it, the bumpers or the triggers, just seeing who's technically player 2? Is that Dugo there who just switched?
I'm player 2.
Oh, okay. In that case, let
No.
me just...
No, I am player 2.
That's Dugo, changing them right now.
Okay. Then
Okay.
mine's are not working. Hold on.
The,
I'm pressing
what-
them.
Well, can you move the cursor at least?
No.
Uh-huh.
That does sound problematic. I would say the usual unplug, replug would be the first go-to, and then maybe even...
I can do that.
Yeah, I guess Dugo can give that a shot as well, just to be sure.
I will unplug. I'm unplugged.
Now, Cool Guy, if you plug back in, once you do so, then Dugo plug back in. We should maintain Cool Guy as player 1, and Dugo as player 2 in that case, and hopefully Pyre will recognize your controllers properly on this occasion.
Saying hi, I know you're there, but I'm not gonna do anything for you.
It might be worth just going into the right player selection screen and seeing if it snaps back into reality once we do that. Realizes that there are in fact 2 people on controller right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so I should plug in now.
Oh yeah, if you haven't plugged back in Dugo, I'd say do that now. Yeah.
Okay,
Good to go?
I did it.
Okay. And let's...
And,
that
I'm
Dugo
player 1.
moving? Okay. Now we perhaps turn Dugo into player 1.
I'm player 1 now.
Okay.
Right.
And cool guy, if you just do your bumpers real quick, do you change the triumvirate for player 2? That would be our confirmation that you are player 2, or is it perhaps
No.
continuing to
No.
refuse to acknowledge cool guy's existence? Okay, let's switch
Yeah.
Dugo around to player 1 because I think we've at least established that much, and then I think from there on out we'll just jump into the screen itself, we'll basically start the right and see on the character selection screen if it realizes that there are actually 2 people on controller here.
Hopefully.
That's what I'm hoping, exactly. Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns? What? What's happening? I'm with you, Mel. Excuse me? Okay, let me just swap your triumvirates as well. And...
Ordinarily, at this stage, I would have a cup of tea or coffee or something, but instead all I have is a LaCroix. So now I'm all fizzy.
Trying to think of some alter ego that might include dress up Biz out, but I'm coming up empty.
Imagine drinking.
The Beyonders
What's up, Dead Moon? How are you?
shall
Thanks for the follow.
confront the Tempers. Welcome.
Do you not appreciate sparkling water?
Who shall
No, it
conduct
hurts my
the
mouth.
rites?
Aw,
Ain't
should put some-
water.
put some pop rocks in it next time. Do
Oh,
not listen
goodness.
to me ever.
Do not do that.
No,
Nobody
I
do
want
that.
Pop rocks.
Do not listen to me ever about anything.
No.
So is that Dugo able to control on player 1's side there?
Dugo.
Okay.
Yeah,
So at least on Dugo's side, things seem fine now. So Dugo, why don't you proceed? And then just fingers crossed on Cool Guy's side. I think that's more so where we have the question marks at the moment. But no requests here.
Yeah.
I don't think. Oh, other than hold on, wait, there was one. Take that back.
Choose.
That was
Okay.
a
Oh,
civil
sir.
war. So that's not actually a request as much as that's just cashing that in.
Okay.
We did have the exile request actually for defeat the Huns. Hold on. Before you take that exile, there was in fact an exile request. It was each player will gift the exiles for the other. In those 3 choices, all must be different.
I'm sorry, what?
What?
Basically, you are gifting the exiles to the opposing player. It's the holiday season, so that means Cool Guy you'll be picking Dugo's characters for her, and Dugo you'll be picking Cool Guy's characters.
Oh no. Okay. Dugo gets.
Oh, and 3 different classes. Yeah.
Yeah. Dugo gets a worm, a sap, and a crone.
Worm, Sap, and Crone for Dugo is Cool Guy's holiday wish. Baylor is saying maple syrup is the top tier soda.
Udmilda.
Can't
You
work.
get a word, a sap, and a crone.
I hate you.
Worm, Sap,
I
and
did this to my.
Crone.
I did this to myself, but
Yeah, I mean, it was
Now you've really done it to yourself.
one of those things where, you know, if you set the precedent by giving
I
the
know.
opposing characters
I
that
do
they
this
like,
to
then maybe
myself.
they'll return the favor. Go the other way around, and maybe they won't be feeling too generous when they're choosing your characters for you. Artemis Fowl. You became the very thing you swore to destroy.
That's a control worm with a controller.
Ah, it's fine. I do it all the time.
I don't use worms, Liz.
No time like the present, then.
Exile.
After all, 4 years from now is the year of the worm. So, yeah, like I said, no time like the present. Wait, you've never heard that before? That phrase? I mean, it is in some ways, if you were to interpret it as a pun, even though it's not meant as a pun, I suppose could be a dual meaning that also carries over into this Exile's request here, where it's supposed to be giving a gift to the opposing player.
No time like the present.
From a specific game? I mean, I'd say, at least in the US, I'd say we use that phrase pretty often, so I'd have to imagine it's in any of a number of games, but I can't think of any in particular that come to mind where it is particularly prominent. I don't know. I don't know which one you'd have in mind in that case. Maybe from League of Legends? Yeah, in that case, I would not know, but very well could be. Hugo, finishing things off with the worm, just wondering which talisman to put on that worm. And Ponzer is throwing Jupiter emotes at us? But either way, here we have first Rite of the day between Dugo and Cool Guy. As we were saying before, a classic matchup, the likes of which we used to see every Rite Night. These two very experienced when it comes to playing each other, and they're playing each other with the monsters that they created. What with them choosing the opposing player's team.
Bye.
Ludmilda, she goes down. And as if these two weren't evenly matched enough to begin with, they also have almost identically colored auras and similar makeup in terms of their teams. They all have one sap, one crone, and one worm, so we may find that the characters, or the players, myself, and perhaps even you watching as well, may be wondering, hold on, is that Dugo's character, or is that Cool Guy's character? But at least at the moment, it is Cool Guy with the lead here.
Faster,
I
please.
think Beyonders and Withdrawn are maybe a little bit worse than Tempers and Beyonders. I don't know. There are some very similarly colored greens here. And at the moment, we are completely tied. Here is Dugo with one of those worms, Lady River. He hops over the defender and into the Pyre.
I did not think I would reach that. Okay.
And Dugo surprised that she scores.
Falling behind.
Oh my
Maybe
God,
more
so
surprised than the opposing player.
Ah!
Cool guy banishes one, but then gets banished. Dugo with the orb. Milda
No.
goes down. Cool guy
Mm.
takes out the defender. But here comes
Oh,
Paulus,
come on.
who beams himself beyond Bertrude, allowing Bertrude to make it into the Pyre there, and that means Cool Guy takes the lead. Bertrude is back. Classic 360 cast from Dugo. Didn't take out the defender, or the offender that time, but did psych them out, followed up with the banishment, and now here is Dugo, plunging for 15 damage. And now we are tied once more, 40-40.
Nope.
Cool Guy says, I want none of that. Pardon me while I make my way into your Pyre. Cool Guy retaking the lead. Dugo, potentially big banishment there. And rides that one into the Pyre, dropping Cool Guy down to 25. Meaning that one score could potentially do it for either person. A little bit easier for Cool Guy to finish the job than it would be for Dugo, because a worm will typically only deal 15, not the full 25 damage. But with two saps, one on each side, we could see some rekindling, so it may not be over with just one score. It might take a little bit more than that. But as always, these two remain close. And there's Dugo with a plunge from Lady River, dropping Cool Guy down to 10 Pyre life, and now slight advantage to Dugo. But in many ways, this is, if they do both have rekindling, more or less a tie, in that it is one score before the rekindling triggers, and Dugo has now done so.
Please, please, please don't.
Cool Guy, pinned in a corner here,
No. Bro.
and that is Dugo, who manages to pick up the orb and plunge for the victory. Close match, GG.
Ought to be thanked.
That was weird.
I banished you and
It's
you
complete.
scored.
I think we saw on several occasions there the person scoring the orb being more surprised than the defender that the scoring happened.
Until the stars align.
Yeah, that's the story of my life.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you two both deliberately chose the types of classes that you knew the opposing player was less fond of using. So let us know if there is anything that you in chat want to see between these two. Like I was saying, I think that we could throw just about anything at them and they'd find a way to make it close, make it interesting.
No, Cool Guy's way better than me.
I don't know. I think you're both just being modest. Oh, and that's true. We did have a boat request a while ago from Mel, and that one we just barely missed because we were doing that was way back when we were doing all the demons, and then we did not follow up immediately after with the boat right as we were supposed to do. My apologies. We technically should have done it there. I know that Baylor just also did a boat request. It just reminded me that we missed the previous one. Baylor may be trying to recreate that. Okay. Hold on. Baylor says boat, demons, or like is allowed. And then Artemis Fowl says, well, why not? Crashback? Crashback, I guess. Yeah, I think it was, like you were saying, the idea was to combine the all demons with the boat, and so maybe Baylor doing his best to recreate some of that magic here. Why don't we give this one a shot then?
6 demons on the boat.
6 demons on the boat, Orlek is allowed.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll see some flying demons here, I think. Whether or not it'll be intentional flying demons or just coincidental, oh my god, what is happening, flying demons, That remains to be seen.
Who shall conduct the rites?
So it'll be Jodariel first. That's for Dugo. With the additional cast distance talisman. So we'll see if these two have anything in particular that they do to try to emphasize that additional jumping ability. As I was saying, when I was doing something like this before, it's tough because in many ways there aren't too many things that you can do to further emphasize it. Although, there you see, Cool Guy just took one of the rings, which, as long as Cool Guy takes another one of those rings, means that those characters will have infinite stamina for the beginning of a round, and that could be one of the best ways to make it happen. I had not thought of that. That could be a good option for Cool Guy here. In general, demons with infinite stamina is a terrifying sight, so even if it's not specifically to emphasize the jumping distance, could still work well for Cool Guy there. Dugo, this time, dusting off the Orlek plays.
Cam always does the infinite rings to me, and it's not fun.
I was gonna say, I vaguely remember that I've seen people use the infinite stamina demons against Cool Guy fairly often.
A lot, because I don't know what to do against it.
But this time, Cool Guy says, hold on. This time, it's my turn. This time, I get to have the infinite stamina demons. Although, it's going to be Orlek with the meta setup there. He will have the Star Splinter for the quick throws, so presumably it would be a different demon who takes that second ring, unless Cool Guy decides to go with an entirely different talisman and abandon the ring idea altogether.
So why would I... Okay.
I mean, it wouldn't be a smart idea, but you could do it. Cam says, perish Cool Guy. And then Baylor says, you're the one who created this monster. If you hadn't killed her with it, she wouldn't be doing it now.
The other ring. There. Go.
Alright, and here we go. Some demon madness on the boat. There is the infinite stamina. It can be hard to control because it is so quick. Add the boat madness to it, and that only further complicates matters. And it does only last for the beginning of the round, so Cool Guy had it for a minute, but it is gone already. So Dugo, in many ways, if she can just ride it out for the first few seconds, make it so that Cool Guy loses that infinite stamina, and then suddenly that means that Cool Guy is no longer able to use what is the primary thing that she was setting herself up to do. That is, of course, though, with the demons for Ignarius and Jodariel, not for Orlek. Orlek is set up for the throwing, so if Cool Guy finds herself in a situation in which she does not have that infinite stamina, then Orlek is definitely the way to go there. Though none of these people have any ways to bring back Orlek, I do not believe, so that does mean we're going to be seeing the very long 30-plus second banishment time. And it does mean that if they are playing a very cast-heavy game, it will certainly be possible to banish all of the demons and find themselves in a situation like that where they can throw in the orb on the empty Pyre, because the demons do take a long time to come back. Here is Cool Guy with the infinite stamina, taking advantage of there. 30 damage plunge with Jodariel. And Dugo did take the additional Pyre life from, it looks like, one of the demons, so Dugo led off with a bit of a lead here. Though, technically speaking, Orlek only scores for 25 damage, whereas the other demons score for 30. So, Dugo with 2 Orlek scores, Cool Guy with 1 Jodariel score. That does mean that Jodariel scores are slightly better than Orlek scores, but Dugo nonetheless with some momentum here. But with 2 people down, and Orlek permanently banished, this might be an opportunity for Cool Guy to take advantage of this numbers advantage. Though Jodariel is coming back soon, here she is. And nearly sends Ignarius into Vids Paleth. Here's the counterattack from Dugo. And she's able to plunge with Jodariel here. That means 1 score would do it, doesn't matter if it's Orlek or any of the other demons. Dugo can get the job done. The cool guy is in the danger zone here. Only thing that cool guy would be able to survive would be a partial damage throw, and Orlek down is not what cool guy wants to see. So now we're looking at Orlek coming back in 25 seconds. That is a long time to wait. It means the cool guy needs to be very careful here. The demons that she does still have. Does manage to get rid of Dugo's Orlek. That is definitely a helpful thing to do, because now Dugo is finding herself having to play the waiting game. And there, Dugo's last defender goes down. Opportunity here for cool guy. Big thing is that she does have time to throw, not plunge, so that means that everyone will stay in for cool guy. Still, Dugo in the lead here. One score would likely do it. So cool guy still in need to come back, but a step in the right direction. Orlex trade places. Ignarius gets rid of Jodariel.
Oh, come on.
Viz Paleth gets rid of Ignarius. And the demons take each other out. There's no one back here, and here we see, takes a long time for the demons to come back. Looks like it's Dugo's Jodariel who will be first. Then Ignarius on cool guy's side. Will he be back in time? Looks like he will. Ignarius with the orb here, but can't avoid Jodariel. Like we were saying, every banishment is big because the demons take so long to come back. So it pays to be careful where you go, but oh, that was a close move there. Successful defensive play from Cool Guy, though Cool Guy loses Jodariel. Big thing is not to lose Orlek because he takes much longer to come back and manages to banish one more. Remember that Orlek can banish with the throws. He's a little bit more dangerous from a banishment standpoint than the other demons on Cool Guy's side, though Orlek barely avoids getting banished there. You go with the orb, and then Orlek picks up the orb and immediately plunges because he's standing on top of the fire there. It does mean that Orlek is now permanently gone for Cool Guy, but a score there means 2 scores away for Cool Guy, and that will do it. Cool Guy gets rid of the orb before Ignarius gets banished there. But there goes Ignarius. Jodariel comes back in 1. Here comes Jodariel. Orlek permanently banished here, so Cool Guy needs to be careful. But at the moment, it's 1v1. The 2 casts both miss the mark. Both players very cautious, trying to avoid losing their characters, and Dugo does lose 1, but here comes back Orlek, and Orlek has the speed to take one out and take the orb. Almost had enough room there. We know he has the jumping ability. And there it is.
The Beyonders prevail. A rite conducted.
Oh, that is the most sinister Gnondius I've ever heard.
The rite is ended.
GG. Well played. That was a good one.
Ah,
I think that might be my favorite arena for
Until
all
the stars
demons.
align.
A lot of craziness with the jumping, and it's small enough that the demons can still make it to the opposing pyre relatively quickly. Even if you manage to banish everyone on the opposing side, you should still have time before everyone comes back to make it for a throw or a plunge, which is not always the case in some of the bigger arenas.
ah.
Now SSC with a request to follow things up here. Worms and curs only. Any combination of those 2 you'd like. You can mix and match as you see fit. And Phaler is looking to switch up the arena to the Fall of Solium.
All right.
And Baylor
long
says-
and slippery.
Phaler says the curs need to have Lightning Run for the additional speed.
Please, God.
So perhaps
So
somewhat similar
ridiculous.
to what we saw before when these 2 picked the specific characters for the opposing team, and they deliberately chose ones that maybe they had a sense the other person was not going to be terribly fond of using. Worms were definitely on that list. Curs, we've seen Dugo use them fairly often, maybe less so on Cool Guy's side. One moment while I just bump Cool Guy's name so that it doesn't block the Pyre life on Cool Guy's side. Something like that, say, just to make sure you guys can still see the Pyre life for Cool Guy. And the song will be Dirty deal. Alright. Let's make it happen.
The Beyonders shall now face the Tempers. Welcome.
So it's any combination of curs
Who
and
shall
worms,
conduct the
but it has
rites?
to be those two. It's up to you whether you want to do. You could do all curs, you could do all worms, you could do any combination of those. You have to have lightning run on the curs though, so definitely speed from them.
Lightning runs on which side?
It's on
this
left.
one.
It's all the way to the left. Yeah,
Alright.
that means you're
this
most of
one.
the way toward the triple jump. Means you won't be able to go all the way down on the right side.
That was my plan. I thought it was on the right side.
So it does emphasize the speed and maneuverability, but perhaps makes it a little more difficult to control the curves, whereas the right side is a little bit more either defensively oriented or allowing them to come back as if they had prayer beads. I believe that's the last one on the right side. I so rarely take a note that I can't say I remember. But there we see Dugo picks the prayer beads, so makes up for not being able to take that one. That is another thing about this setup here, is that typically worms and curs are more offensively oriented characters, so this could be a quick one.
Dalbert.
I don't expect there to be much in the way of defense here. Arnos Foul's like, I've seen this before. Hugo, thinking worm for the second slot. Did go with a cur first. Well, we were talking about maybe it's a little bit difficult to control these characters because they are some of the fastest in the game. Throwing on additional speed certainly just further emphasizes that, could make it even trickier to make sure that the worm is going where you want it to go, but, I mean, speed is speed. Does certainly mean Dugo will be able to outrun the opposing characters, although everyone will be fast here.
Sir Gilman.
Yeah, and having the same types of classes when we have two teams of very similar colors such as this, you guys are definitely continuing to mess with my head here, making it difficult for me to distinguish between who is who. Is that a Dugo person or is that a cool guy person? The cool guy is going for the rings, did do so with the demons last time round. Like we were saying, the demons are very speedy when you can have the infinite stamina on them. And the curs are usually capable of sprinting for a lot longer than the demons are. So it's maybe a little less noticeable, but you can jump as much as you want,
Yeah.
is the big thing.
Yeah.
Dalbert.
Or technically, you still have the briefest of cooldowns in between a triple jump, but for all intents and purposes, you can triple jump and then have the briefest of delays and then triple jump again, and just... If there was any question as to whether curs were flying already with the triple jumps, when you can jump basically 6 times in a row, yeah, you definitely can.
Barker.
So here we go.
Begin.
Don't blink. This one could be over quite quickly. Only thing is that it is one of, if not the largest arena, which makes things perhaps take a little bit longer for these two to wrap things up, because they may not be able to sprint all the way to the opposing Pyre, whereas in an arena such as, say, the Book of Rites, you absolutely could. But there is Cool Guy
First to the Tempers.
with a speedy 20 damage plunge.
There.
And that is the thing, is
Sir Gilman plunges
just the
into the fire.
narrowest of windows, the briefest of moments, and all these characters are quick enough that they can seize those opportunities. Like there you see Cool Guy. Infinite stamina on Dalbert. I believe that is one of those characters that has that, because, yes, was able to sprint all the way to the opposing Pyre, when normally her would run out of stamina before that.
Rookie plunged into their fire.
And Cool Guy putting the pressure on Dugo here. A few plunges, though doesn't have prayer beads. That Cur rookie is not coming back.
Can I get the ball? Can I get the ball?
But the orb is hiding in the corner here, and Dugo says, hold on, let me just take my time here and set up my team, and then I'll let you see the orb once more.
Dolman plunged into the adversary's
There's another one. Cool guy
The
here.
rite is nearly ended.
Cool guy, of course, going with the triple cur setup, whereas Dugo only went with double cur and one worm. That being another key distinguishing factor between these two setups. Cool guy biding her time.
To each his own.
Ruthie, around the northern side, no, he goes down. And the other thing about both the worms and the curs is they have very high hope. So when they do get banished, they'll come back quickly.
A blow against the
Very
adversary's
different from what we saw with the demon setup, where when they got banished, it was going to take a very long time for them to come back. On this occasion, generally speaking, when you banish an opposing character, by the time you make it to the opposing Pyre, you might find that they're already back. They are speedy enough that maybe if they sprint straight toward the Pyre, then that won't be the case, but
That one almost
key defensive play there from Dugo, that could have been it. One more score would do it for Cool Guy. Dugo still needing a few here. Gilman stopped.
That's it.
Dalbert has been the most successful cur thus far for Cool Guy, and remains the case here. He
Tempers
wins it.
prevail. Their adversaries confidently thwarted.
Ardos Fowl says, well, I guess 3 good boys are better
Ceremony
than
is
2 good boys.
complete.
That may be the case.
It also helps that infinite stamina on a big ass arena.
Until the next rite.
Indeed.
And Thaler says, more curs, more better. Alright, so we'll reset back to our defaults here. But let us know if there's... Ooh, hold on. Let us know if there's anything in particular that you guys want to see. In which case, we can make it happen. Otherwise, we'll just send these two back at one another. And I'm sure we will find, again, more close rights. And I'm not seeing any requests. We did have several in a row there, so maybe we're thinking we just give these two free reign to choose what they will.
Yes.
Although I'm hearing water.
The Beyonders
It's a Fall of Solium, okay. It was either going to be Fall of Solium again, or it was going to be the boat again, both of which, of course, have been recent locations.
Who shall
This one, though,
conduct the
maybe
rites?
a little more of the typical type of arena. It is quite large, as we were saying, but it doesn't have the crazy antics that you tend to find coming along with the boat rights. And this time, of course, players can choose whichever exiles they would like to take, whereas last time they were choosing specifically either curs or worms. And already we see that Dugo is deviating from what she did last time around, going with the stowaway here. We saw in a previous rite that Dugo was falling a little bit short with some of those throws from the Savage. This time goes with the additional range on the Talisman. You have to wonder if that was the rationale there. And for Cool Guy is thinking harps here. Does go for the Fell Swoop. We've seen mostly left side harps today, at least. Normally that is not the case. Normally we see either a 50-50 split or maybe things leaning a little bit more toward the right side, but yes, Cool Guy going back toward that right side here.
Oh, you fixed shoulder smash.
I did.
Dugo, perhaps with one of the best counters, the harps with a shoulder smashing Snadra. Say that one 3 times fast. And that is, of course, capable of banishing any jumping or flying characters, and so that does put the harp with a target on the back of her head.
But most of the characters I play well with the target on the back of their heads. I'm going with Furry Boy.
Don't think I've ever heard anyone describe Almer in such a way, but there you have
Oh
it.
yeah, on the Pyre server, they're having a discussion about
Oh,
like,
okay. I missed it then.
whether or not like, because they were talking about like him, and then about all I said was Almer was racist as a furry, and then Brady wanted to murder me.
She's always in that mood, though.
Yeah, but like more than usual after that comment.
So last one's looking like Jodariel for Dugo. With the additional presence from Scribe Rock, giving her a very large orb. Goes for the additional starting Pyre life, so bear that in mind. Does mean that Dugo will be starting with more than Cool Guy and less Cool Guy. Opts to go that route here with Orlek.
I did not think this through, huh?
Yeah, Thaler's already criticizing the skipping of leg day. At least that was for Jody.
No, I can't use him because he doesn't have anything that makes him come back.
Yeah. It's tough to make Orlek work when you don't deliberately plan the rest of your team around him, finding ways to make up for his 30-second respawn time. Otherwise, that is very difficult to work around, or at least it can be. So here we go. Cool Guy sticks with Jodariel instead. And here is Jodariel. Over to Pamitha. Pamitha flies over, and Snadra is certainly the counter. So understandable to see Dugo shifting Snadra over in prep for taking out Pamitha. Although they trade places there, and neither one gets banished in the process. Here's Pamitha. She takes out the Stowaway this time. Once again, they just hop over each other. That big cast from Snadra takes out Pamitha. Here's Almer off to the races. He has infinite stamina when he has the orb. That is one of the abilities that Cool Guy took. Though Almer goes down here. And look, Snadra is way near the opposing Pyre. So Pamitha is back to defend, and Snadra goes down. Pamitha. A lot of time and space here. No Snadra to defend, at least not until now. So perhaps that was Cool Guy's little window there in which to try to score. And look at that, Pamitha actually able to banish while charging up a cast, and then just takes everyone out and falls up with a plunge here. Now, Cool Guy did not opt to take the additional starting Pyre life with Jodariel, which means that Dugo is still in the lead here for that reason, despite Cool Guy having scored the first time round. And once again, that duel between Pamitha and Snadra continues.
Alright.
Dugo brings back Snadra, but in the process has run away from the Pyre, perhaps giving Almer an opportunity here, and gets that throw off as he's getting banished. But that does drop Dugo below 100 life, which does mean that, technically speaking, Cool Guy has now taken the lead by a slim 5-point margin.
Jesus,
But as soon as I say that, Dugo retakes the lead, but still quite a close matchup between these two.
Fine.
And of course, Dugo did sacrifice one of the masteries on Jodariel specifically to build that extra margin. Whereas that does mean that Cool Guy's Jodariel has one additional ability. Oh, and that's Snadra going down to Pamitha here.
No, why did I do that?
Stowaway, back in time perhaps to defend? Not quite. Pamitha still makes it around her and into the Pyre for a 20 damage plunge.
Best not given to
I
pride
almost got
just yet,
right, you
Tempers.
Oh, Jodariel down. Almer versus Snadra. Almer with an angle here. And does get that off for a quick 20 damage throw. And Cool Guy building some momentum here. That is a quick salute from the Stowaway, teleporting her to the orb. But she can't seize that opportunity. Once again, Snadra jumping over Pamitha. And Pamitha wins out after that, banishing her. Jodariel knocks Pamitha back. Pamitha still in it. Charges up the cast and does take out Snadra. Stowaway with the orb. Probably the most dangerous character for Dugo to score with, and nearly does that, but gets the throw intercepted. Almer can't make it past Jodariel, who Snadra brought back just in time. Snadra with the orb. Can't get past Tamitha here, and she has the orb. Flies over that cast and sidesteps the stowaway. Tamitha's back, or rather Snadra's back against Pampa, and this is the duel that we've seen so many times. These two, you would have thought that Snadra would have been able to take out Pampa on the regular because she has the shoulder smash ability, but hasn't worked out that way. Dario for Cool Guy, haven't seen much of her. And it's back to Pampa. Snadra trying to run away from that cast from Pampa, but can't do so quickly enough. Here comes Pampa. She does get blocked. That was the stowaway, so she's only blocked and not banished along with it, which is what Snadra would do with shoulder smash. But Snadra goes down to Almer here, and that is a double banishment from Almer. And it's going to be 5 seconds before someone comes back. Oh, and was that a salute that we saw a Cool Guy sneaking in there? Cool Guy knew she had time to do it. Cool Guy extending the lead here, putting Dugo in a bit of a hole. Can be hard to come back from this, not impossible, but the deficit is growing. Almer, he goes down. Stowaway trying to snipe Pampa here, but doesn't quite have the range to do so. There's a Pampa pass there that got rid of 2, though Dugo is capable of bringing people back quickly with Snadra's ability to step on those portraits and allow anyone to come back from banishment. Dugo trying to find the right angle to get past Jodariel, and, well, could not do it. Jodariel takes out Snadra. Jodariel going down, but it's Almer with the orb here. He is quick, and that throw makes it past Jody, dropping Dugo down to 15, so now Dugo is in danger. 1 score could do it for Cool Guy. And Cool Guy, can't do it with Almer, at least not this time. Pampa misses the mark there. Snadra jumps over that cast and brings back someone in the process, but down goes Snadra, down goes the stowaway. Cool Guy with a quick recovery here. Just Jody back to defend. Almer. Oh, the defenders come back. The stowaway just in time to stop him. Here comes the stowaway. No, Jody can stop her. That cast from Snadra just misses Jody, and just misses her again. Now Snadra's the one going down, and it's just Jody back to defend, but here comes the stowaway. Stowaway stops Jody as she's finishing her taunt. Cool Guy getting awfully bold with those. Ametha gets rid of the orb, prepares for a fell swoop to get rid of all the defenders. 4 seconds till someone comes back. I don't think there's going to be time. Cool Guy with the salute misses the fire on the first dash, but on the second one, finishes it for the win.
They vastly outperformed
GG.
their adversaries. The rite is done.
I was waiting for that salute plus the missed dash to mean that Dugo was going to have enough time to banish you and turn it around, but not this time. Not this time. It's a risky run.
I was very, very lucky.
At that last
Until
minute,
the
I should have
next rite.
recognized, oh no, you've got a heart, and I've got 3 people all
Yeah, I was like,
perfectly lined up for you. I should have learned
yeah,
that lesson from earlier.
Just
Yeah.
the last 2 times I scored on you.
Cool Guy's
Yeah,
like,
I
you
mean,
line up
just-
the pins, I'll knock them down.
Yeah, for real.
I'll miss probably, but I'll try to knock him down.
It's
Alright, so, chat, let us know if there's anything you want to see between these two.
I'll be back in 5 seconds.
Alright, no worries. Oh, wow. I don't think we've ever seen this one before. This is a complicated request. And Dugo, I think, stepped away for just a moment, so maybe we'll take a second for Dugo to return before explaining this one in full.
My thing got... Oh, there you go.
Okay. You got
Hold
the
on.
temper... You had it for a second. There you are.
Yeah.
So we'll wait for Dugo to come back, because I think this is definitely a first.
Oh god, what is it? Is it a Hort kind of request?
I don't know if this qualifies as a Hort kind of request or not. No, I mean, Hort's requests are usually just very specific with the types of combinations. This is more gameplay, the way in which you are actually going about with the rite itself
No.
type of request.
Oh no.
Lay it on us.
Okay, so you are only allowed to score with exiles in the order in which you take them.
I can't guarantee that.
So that means that your
We
first
cannot
exile,
guarantee this.
right? So there is some aspect of we're relying on you two to do
I
your
thought we
best to make
purposefully
this
didn't
happen.
accept these sorts of things. I
It's
cannot
tough
guarantee
one.
this.
This is true. So we are basically saying do your best, and
I'm so confused what the hell you have to do.
so basically that would mean the character that you choose first is the one that you need to score with first. The character that you choose second then needs to be the next one to score, and the third character needs to be the third one to score, and then you go back to the first, and basically you go in order like that.
Okay. I can make this work.
Yeah, so it's obviously there's no way for us to hard enforce that and make it so that you are required to do that, and that, you know, if you score with the wrong person, then it deals 0 damage, so, you know, we can't prevent you from doing it the wrong way, so to speak. But basically, I think just do your best to make that happen, and we'll see what comes of it. And Mel says, the requester says that if the person gets banished, the person who would be the designated scorer, so to speak, then that means that you can go to the next person on the list. So, say...
I will happily not be able to keep track of all this.
That will be difficult to keep track of, I think, in that aspect, but...
Boat is annoying. Please don't make it boat.
Yeah, it is
Anything but
largely
boat.
the honor system, like Phaler said. Basically, just do your best to make it happen, and we'll see what comes of it. And, I mean, we've seen a lot of boat thus far, but
Please not
that
boat,
doesn't
because
necessarily
boat
mean it
messes-
won't be the boat here.
Boat messes you up because it changes.
I don't hear the water. It's the Book of Rites, which is very small.
Welcome.
So let's see how people opt
Who
to
shall
pick their
conduct
teams,
the
knowing that they are
rites?
supposed to alternate scoring. First to second to third characters. Is that okay? Your cursor there was doing some wonky stuff, blinking
You see
like that. But yeah, I see that. Is that?
Do you see that?
I'm not touching
I
anything.
don't know what to make of that.
I have an idea.
I mean, you can of course do the classic unplug replug and see if that fixes anything.
I actually unplugged and replugged my mouse to see if that could fix it, but it didn't, so I'm gonna unplug and replug my controller.
Okay.
Unplug, replug. Now I'm probably player 2, aren't I?
We shall see.
It doesn't matter, it didn't fix it anyway. See that? I am not able to move the cursor with
Disable
my
their
controller.
mouse input. Let me see if I can do that real quick. Let me see.
But why is this a problem at all? We've never seen this
Yeah.
before. So,
That is very strange. Yeah, so I've now, theoretically at least, deactivated your mouse, Dugo.
nope.
But yeah, that does not appear to have done much of anything here.
I can still...
Yeah, that's what I did, Phaler.
Oh, well, now I can't click on anything.
Alright, that does not appear to have solved the problem.
Wait, I can't click on
Unless-
anything. But that's because you did that on purpose.
Yeah, I
Yes,
deliberately
I'm-
deactivated your mouse, so it seems as though that did not fix any problem, so I will undo that.
I almost feel like this is something that I should leave Steam Remote Play for.
Yeah, we could try uninviting, re-inviting you from Steam Remote Play. That might just be a
Yeah.
better way to solve that one. Let's give that a shot. That's a good idea, I think.
I just get the feeling that it's more of a Steam problem than a Pyre problem.
Probably.
Okay. Invite resent to go. And we'll see once you get back in if things have sorted themselves out. Still misbehaving?
This is misbehaving.
Are you unable to select things like that? Or can you just use your mouse to make it happen, and then we can check in the Rite itself, see if things are still working then?
We saw this in the... We saw this behavior in the main menu too, right? So...
I mean, is your controller not working at all? Or is it just like working for a split second?
My controller does work, it's just that the cursor does not move when I try to move it. Instead, it's sort of stuck in...
Oh.
Like, you see where the cursor wants to be. It's
Yeah.
sort of magnetically attracted to the center. Okay, whoa, now it's fixed.
Okay. Well, at least momentarily there, seemed to
Okay,
figure
now
itself
it's not.
out, and then it did not.
Nope. Nope. Okay, so...
I would say if you can select things with your mouse keyboard, I would go for that, and then see if it figures itself out when we actually begin the Rite itself. And if not, then we'll do something like maybe I'll restart Pyre altogether.
That is so strange. Okay, I have to try to score the order of people that I pick.
Correct.
Therefore, I'm gonna pick 3 scorers.
Probably. Otherwise, if you pick someone who's not really a scorer, then you might find yourself getting stuck on that last person. Yeah, it does seem like Steam's being weird here.
And to keep...
Welcome back around. Yeah, so the request is have it such that the first person has to be the first score, then you go to the second person that you pick, that has to be the second score, and the third score is the third person you pick, so you go in order. Honor system here, of course there's no way for us to enforce this per se.
Headwind.
But Dugo says Headwind first, that will be her first score. And for Cool Guy,
It's being annoying for me too, so I don't know.
oh, that is strange. Yeah. Cool Guy, have you tried unplugging, replugging, or doing anything with your controller? I wonder if maybe it's actually on your end that things are going off?
Maybe.
I doubt it, but it's worth a shot.
Yeah, I doubt it as well, but it's weird, so I wouldn't rule anything out at this point.
It's not, yeah, it's still
It doesn't
not,
change
so-
anything.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll
yeah, I'd
just
say
do
same
mouse
thing
then.
for you. I'd say navigate the menus using mouse keyboard, and then we'll see if things sort out once we actually be in the Rite, and if they don't, then I'll just restart Pyre, and I'd have to imagine that that would do something to help us out here. Out of curiosity, is it any better now?
No.
Okay. Yeah, Thaler was wondering if maybe someone's mouse is moving right now, and that could be doing something. I just
That's
picked up
what-
my mouse off
That's
the
what it
table.
feels like to me. It
Yeah.
feels like someone's mouse is... See, I didn't click just now.
That is strange. Yeah, like I'm currently lifting my mouse off the table and just holding it, so it doesn't interfere
okay.
with anything.
No,
Is that
now,
doing something?
Now it works. It works perfectly.
Or maybe it was that. I don't
Works
know why.
perfectly. What did you do?
I'm physically
Mouse.
holding my mouse like next to my head right now.
Do you have an optical mouse and it's running out of batteries?
No, it's plugged in.
This works perfectly. I bet you $100 that it will work for Cool Guy once it's her turn to pick.
Awesome. Now I just need to hold a mouse for the next 3 hours.
Or turn it off. That's an option, Liz.
I mean, I do kind of need my mouse.
Rookie.
See, look at that.
Yeah.
So strange. So strange.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
I didn't pick. Okay. I was supposed to pick my heart with a salute, but
Alma.
So it'll be Nomad, then Kerr, then looking like Demon for Dugo here. In fact, looking like the original trio in the Book of Rites, no less. Coincidence? I think not.
Godariel.
Then for Cool Guy, we have a Harp, then a Savage, and then she's finishing with Orlac. Interestingly, from an offensive standpoint, there's no benefit to prayer beads in that you're not going to score immediately after you plunge with someone. However, defensively, of course, it would be nice to have everyone. But that does mean that on this specific occasion, prayer beads is maybe weaker than one would tend to have it. And here we go.
What happened there?
There's the 360 cast, and it did take out Orlac. Couldn't have a Rite Nite without Dugo pulling off one of the 360 casts. So it needs to be Pamitha first for Cool Guy, it needs to be Headwind first for Dugo. So now, check. That means that Pamitha has successfully done so, and now, in fact, the second person as well, Almer has done it now for Cool Guy. So Cool Guy is down all the way to Orlac at this point. So it is perhaps easier to defend because you know who it is who's going to go. So now Orlac is down. That means Cool Guy, technically, that is Pamitha, would be your second person you could score with, at least until Orlac comes back. So Dugo knows who she's trying to stop. For example, right now, Almer is no threat because Almer is not allowed to score. Whereas for Cool Guy knows that Headwind is the one to expect to be making moves, and if Headwind goes down, then it's Rookie for Cool Guy. Or rather, for Dugo. Headwind's back, so it has to be him. Orlac was back, so it would have been him, and now if it's only Almer, then I suppose it's Almer, but Pamitha is now back. Headwind for Dugo, he goes down. Orlac is down, so that does mean Pamitha for Cool Guy. She has the orb here, that would be allowed, but she gets blocked. And Jody gets rid of her. Oh, there's Almer, I believe, may have been the only person still in the field of play for Cool Guy there, so technically that was allowed, even though Almer was last on the list. Does that mean that it's supposed to still be Orlac next for Cool Guy, because Cool Guy has not yet done Orlac? Okay, it seems like that's what we're going to go with, and now Cool Guy has successfully scored, or rather, Dugo has successfully scored with Headwind. So it's Rookie next. There is the Orlac plunge from Cool Guy. Now it is definitely Pamitha for Cool Guy. It is definitely Rookie for Dugo. Here is Pamitha. He retreats a bit, but makes her way around Rookie and into the Pyre.
The temper prevail.
Sure.
Adversaries must be crying tears of shame.
Definitely messes with your mind quite a bit.
The rite is ended.
But there you have it. Scoring in the order in which they took their exiles, and at least in the case of Cool Guy, a couple of occasions on which the person who was the designated scorer went down, and so Cool Guy went to the next person on the list.
I just can't strategize around that.
Yeah, it's hard to plan around that.
So,
All right.
ironically, though, it is undoubtedly a strategic choice to pick your exiles in a specific order.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Your first pick matters,
Oh yeah.
and your last pick matters, and all of that. So, it's just sort of interesting how there's a limit to what is meant by picking your exiles in a specific order.
Mm-hmm.
It means you'll do this and you'll do that, but not these other things. As a result of strategically picking who's first, who's second, who's third. I'm just sort of thinking out loud right now.
Yeah, and Mel, the requester, is saying, yeah, I think that, for the most part, worked as planned. I'd be interested to see more of it.
Okay, cool.
Dugo's like, sure, just don't do it to me.
Try it yourself, and let me know what you think.
To be fair, Dugo is always our guinea pig. Whenever something crazy happens with a request, Dugo is always one of the people in, maybe not always the target of the request, but always at the very least in the right in which the crazy things are happening.
Oh, geez, yeah. I was present for the first Falcon Ron shenanigans.
I think the second as well.
Probably.
Cam?
Cam was, I think, the one who turned it in, but it was against Dugo.
Yeah, she's the one that turned it in both times.
I wasn't there for that. I wasn't there for that 40-minute long one, whatever that was.
Oh, that is true. That was Cool Guy and Aqua. So I guess Cool Guy, in some ways, has also been on the receiving end of some of those requests.
Just saying, haha, supper. To me.
Alright, but not seeing any requests for this one. So why don't we give you both a little bit of a break here. Relax,
Like I haven't
take a
played
deep
Pyre
breath.
for an entire month.
The Beyonders versus...
This might actually be the first time we've seen the Cairn today.
It's
I
like
remember.
riding a bike.
Who shall conduct the rites?
Yeah, hopefully you find that even if it's been a little while, after just doing a ride or two, you get back into the flow a bit.
Yeah. Because, like, this game is so utterly unique, right? You can't mistake it for anything else. Like, oh, I thought I was accidentally playing golf. No.
I don't
No,
know.
you were-
If you're going mouse keyboard, I feel like there's the chance that you could potentially mix up the controls a bit. Like Hades is kind of similar if you are going mouse keyboard for both with the default settings on both. So I do find that once upon a time I was a keyboard mouse person playing Pyre, and then once I started playing Hades, it just messed with my brain too much, and I converted to a Pyre controller player and kept mouse keyboard for Hades.
In case you were wondering why I was looking at the other player, I was actually trying to get a better sense of how big this place is.
It's actually on the small side.
It's
Not
pretty
the smallest, but it's, I'd say, definitely at least a little bit below average.
I think it's Tizo time.
We have not seen much of the imps.
Because I haven't gotten a chance to use my baby boy.
Thinking about Udmilda here. Starting with the prayer beads. Presumably meaning she will be one of, if not the most aggressive offensive characters.
Udmilda.
And Dugo locks her in. And Cool Guy was talking before about how she was not a fan of the slippery, hard-to-control curves.
I'm not a fan of worms. I hate worms more because they're harder to control than
Mhm.
these guys. Because I had the stupid not lucky break, the lightning run.
Yeah, Cool Guy was saying before that she would have preferred to have gone the right side on the curves, but the
Yeah. 'Cause
request
I
for
did this
masteries
thing
was
where I
forcing
just
left
give-
side.
I give them infinite stamina. But that's the fun one.
And we were saying, maybe not quite enough imps yet. Perhaps Dugo, ready to satisfy that desire? Just not with Haub's wing. That would have meant infinite stamina. Instead is thinking about going with the Scribe Rock for additional presence, for a larger aura. Small arenas such as this does mean you can cover a lot of ground with it. Does make your imp quite dangerous, but no. Thinks maybe I would prefer the infinite stamina after all. That is true. It is usually quite rare that we see right side curves. Generally speaking, people prefer the speed and prefer the triple jumping. Though Cool Guy, as you were starting to say there, does, from a talisman standpoint, tend to take things that compensate a bit for
Messenger imp.
not taking what are usually the staples of the curves.
Yeah.
An interesting strategy, interesting setup in that way. Instead of taking those masteries, relies more heavily on the talismans.
I usually do anyways.
And get some abilities that you don't usually see people getting from the curse.
Get to use my Tizo.
Tizo.
And yup, as promised, Cool Guy does in fact use Tizo. Hugo was thinking maybe Snadra, maybe Joe Dariel. Those are, of course, two of the characters that she does use most often. Two primarily defensive characters. At least in the case of Nomad, if you are following up with the Goals Bracer for the big power cast.
Joe Dariel.
Yeah, all harps can be very interesting.
Dariel.
There's a Joe Dariel. Some Cool Guy as well, and here we go. Dalbert,
The timbers
he makes
are
it in.
the first to strike
20 damage
their
plunge.
adversary's flame.
Cool Guy off to an early lead. Milda,
Well, yeah.
Fire's flames
she plunges. She deals 25 damage. That means that Dugo
beyond
takes the lead
fire
now.
burns relatively brighter.
Milda takes out one, has that big cast. Thinks past Joe Dariel, and she plunges again. 30 damage this time. Dugo extending the lead then. Jody sidesteps. No, does not sidestep that cast. In fact, that might have even been the aura explosion coming from the right side curves. You rarely see it, but we did see the Cool Guy went more on the right side curve, so might have benefited from it there. Though that cast from Udmilda actually vanished even after she went down, giving a bit of an opportunity here for Dugo. Can she seize it? Not quite.
It's fine.
Cool Guy manages to defend, has everyone back now,
A second
and that imp implosion takes out all of Dugo's characters here. Oh, except Messenger Imp comes back in time to block that portal. Would have been a quick way for Cool Guy to make it to the opposing fire, but Dugo saw it coming. Messenger Imp. Only one back for Dugo here, but does successfully defend. Cool Guy biding her time, waiting for more people to come back, and opens up a window here by taking out almost everyone, but Milda still stands, and she plunges for 30,
I'm afraid what's gonna happen
end
next.
of the ceremony.
dropping Cool Guy down to 15. One more score would take her out, but Messenger Imp, he could do it right here, unless he gets stopped, and he flies around Jody. Jody does manage to stop him at the last second. Here comes Udmilda. That cast takes out Jody. In fact, I think everyone is banished here. Cool Guy back first.
Go, please go.
Goes through the portal. Has time to charge up a throw. Full damage throw, and it does get off and into the Pyre before Hugo can intercept.
To the adversary's flame.
Cool Guy
Diet.
regaining the momentum here. Drops Hugo down to 30. One Jody
come on.
plunge would do it for Cool Guy. Otherwise, it would take 2 scores. Hugo could do it with anyone.
Damn.
So small advantage to Dugo in that regard. Umilda certainly could, but successfully defended there. Dario was the dangerous one, and Dugo takes care of her. Dalbert leaps over that. Would require 2 Dalbert scores if that is the route that Kugai opts to take. But Dalbert goes down here. Tizo. He goes down. Dalbert, he goes down. Just Jody back for Kugai. And Unilda nearly makes it in. Misses the mark on a couple occasions, and Kugai able to recover. Here's Dalbert. He goes down. Jody. Big cast. Both of those miss. Kugai fends off that, and has Dalbert here, but he's not quick enough to avoid Unilda. Nor is Jody.
Wait, where's the orb?
Tizo implodes. Where is he? It's hiding.
No.
It's hiding. Perhaps giving Kugai just enough time. The hockey puck blocks it. And Kugai can breathe a sigh of relief as everyone is back to defend, but doesn't stop Udmilda.
I had a back setup. Like, good job.
Perhaps they do deserve their freedom after all.
GG.
That was weird.
Well played.
Great.
That was a good one.
Until the stars align.
I can stick around for a couple more, right?
I gotta eat
All right.
thingy. I gotta eat some dinner.
Okay.
Right now, or can you stick around for a
Right
few more,
now.
Kugai? Right now? Okay.
Right now, yeah.
Well, thanks for stopping by, Kugai. Pleasure to have you. Some great rights there. That does mean that we are
later.
looking for someone to swap
ya.
in for Kugai. See you, Kugai. Have a good night. So, who would like to jump in Kugai's spot? Someone, ideally, who has not yet played today, who is looking to get in on the action. And I think we still do have several people in chat who have not yet gotten the chance to play yet. In which case, now is the time. This is your opportunity. And Dugo says she's good for a couple more rounds, so who would like to face Dugo here?
Yeah. Who wants to face me? Huh.
Easy there, Dugo. You might scare him off. Ah, okay. Now there's someone we haven't seen for a while, at least not in the rights themselves. Seen you in chat, popping by every now and then, but yeah, why don't we get Cam in?
Oh, yay.
Let's get Cam. Okay. Cam, I'm going to put you in your favorite spot, that being as player 2. And
Hola, Cam.
presumably you'll be the
Hey.
essence. How's it going, Cam? How have you been?
Yeah. I've been okay.
It's been a while. Good to hear from you. Okay, so let me switch you off of the tempers and onto... Will it be the essence, Cam?
Yeah, always.
Okay.
And forever.
I feel like that's a song.
I love you always, forever. And it's Donna Lewis.
Okay.
Oh, I got kicked.
Nope. Right as I was like in the process of sending you that. That's interesting. Okay, well, hold on. Attempt number 2. Oh, that was... Did I just send that to the wrong person? No. You're still here. Okay, let me kick Cool Guy as well. Cool Guy is technically still in here. That might be causing some issues.
Oop.
That was the sound of Cool Guy dropping, or at least should have been. And let me know if/when you're good.
Shouldn't I be on this side since this is mouse? Oh, okay. Well, I'm good. I can move.
Okay,
Yay.
awesome. Alright, why don't we give Cam a right or two to warm up a bit here? We'll go requestless for this one. And I'm here in Isle of Kalamer.
Others shall confront the essence. Welcome.
Alright. So no requests, take whatever you'd like.
Who shall
Oh, is it?
conduct
Well, hold
the
on.
rites?
Thought that
I'm
was
player
Hugo.
1.
Oh.
No, wait.
I was like, wait a second.
Wait,
That looks a whole lot like Cam.
I'm player 1.
Oh, my bad. I could move, so it kind of took me out. Because normally I can't, but I don't know.
I was like, I mean, yeah, Dugo does take nomads every now and again, but that is a signature Cam selection there, if ever I've seen one. Nobody picks their teams that quickly,
Welcome.
besides Cam.
Who shall conduct the rites?
Can you put in an advanced exile choice after this one? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that, but I suppose.
Oh, careful, Sandra has the thing.
Oh. We have her on
Yeah.
preset map? What? Why does she have that? That's odd.
Just
Yeah, and those are only 2... Hold on a second. What? Like, your enlightenment bar, I thought, would normally be full. Are you actually only going to be able to take 2 masteries here? We'll still let you take all of them. This is strange. I'm not sure what the deal was there.
Are they usually full? I feel like they're not.
I thought they were, but maybe not.
Headwind.
Oh, yeah, if you'd like to, for sure, you can say, you know, you could do Arena and then Exiles and combine those to make a Isle of Kalimur 100% imps, right? For the next one, if you want to do that, absolutely.
Messenger imp.
I'm just gonna check something really quick. Okay.
I
Smart.
don't think we've had too many people change around the controls as of late. Once upon a time, we did that a lot more, I think.
Wait, what?
Tizo.
And Dugo finishing, it would seem, with Orlek here.
risky.
Putting the prayer beads on him, so he will be able to come back if he plunges. The risk with him is not so much when he plunges as much as it's when he gets banished. You have a way to make up for that, because that 30-second timer is in many times more or less almost equivalent to permanent banishment from plunging. But here we go.
Begin.
Hugo using the sudden grasp with the Savage Stowaway to get there first, but Pam able to defend it, and here comes Pamitha. So the Stowaway is back to defend, so that harp push pushes her back, giving Pamitha room to score here with a 20 damage plunge. Pamitha does not have prayer beads, so she's not coming back here. That might be Headwind's job to score this time for Cam, but he gets stopped,
Banished.
as does
One and
Tizo.
all.
Hugo perhaps waiting for someone else to come back. Has the Stowaway now. That might be her preferred score, though everyone down there with the power cast from Headwind, giving Cam time to throw that one in.
Throw it
Oh, and nearly Dugo walking that one in, but gets stopped there, and Pamitha, there's the plunge.
Glorious.
Imp versus Imp. Now, ultimately they avoid each other, but take out Orlek in the process. Probably not what Dugo would have preferred to see. Especially not with that combination there. Headwind followed up with a big power cast,
Has gone in.
allowing time for a full 20 damage throw.
What's more like that than we
There's
are
the Stowaway.
here?
Would have gotten the throw off, but it got intercepted. Oh, and Headwind nearly jumped over the defender there, but got banished on his way down. Hugo saw that Pamitha cast incoming. But here comes Pamitha for the plunge or the victory.
GG.
Most excellently done this time, I must admit. The ceremony is complete.
All right, well played, you two. And we do already have a rite set up for this next
Until
one
the
here.
next rite.
It will be all imps on the Isle of Kalamer. Alright. I do believe that is it, so why don't we make it happen? 100% imps in the imp arena.
The Beyonders
We shall see
shall
what
take
comes of it.
on the essence. Welcome.
Yes, we
Who
shall.
shall conduct
And of
the
course,
rites?
that means the primary question is, which order do you choose to take the imps in? Who is the bestest of the imps? If you ask Dugo, apparently she would say the answer is Raji.
Exile.
Whereas for Cam, he's going with the Tizo. Oh, in fact, maybe even setting them all up here in advance. Of course, there's no real risk of your opponent planning around you all that much because, for the most part, everyone knows what the opposing player is going to use. It's going to be an imp, as opposed to a certain extent. The masteries are somewhat of an unknown, so you're showing your cards a little bit in that way, but not sure that's going to be enough of a difference to really affect the way that Dugo sets up her team if she sees what Cam's going for here. Starts with Tizo, though. Cam does. Then Dugo is going with the Lanthorn on Tizo in the second spot. Would expect to see a lot of Lanthorns. That's definitely one of the go-to talismans. Saw Haob's Wing already from Cam. That'll be another one, the legendary Imp Talisman for infinite stamina. Then Cam goes for the Quick Throwing Talisman, more of the offensive sort. That is, I would argue, probably the most difficult thing to do with these imps here, is that imps are so strong defensively that with all imps, it's going to be very difficult to score, so having some kind of offensive advantage, like Cam just took with the Quick Throwing Talisman, that could be key.
Messenger.
And notably, Cam does not go for the Lanthorn there. Goes for the extra presence instead. Does mean that you will have a large aura on Messenger Imp there and be able to crash into imps when normally that would just be a trade. She might be able to do so with taking out one opponent and avoiding banishment herself. Here's Dugo. Has infinite stamina on Raji, so in that way can outrun Tizo.
Quite the close call
But
there,
Tizo
no.
still manages to cut off the attacker there, and he goes down. There you see that Dugo did opt to take the Lanthorn, which is usually one of, if not the best talisman for the imps. And the orb would have hit Cam's Pyre there just by happenstance, and so it bounced out. That's why you saw it going in the opposite direction for a second there. Tizo, oh, he actually is the one on Cam's side with the infinite stamina.
The orb's unclaimed again.
But we're going to see a lot of this. A lot of trading places with the imps, exploding on one another, and so it's going to be difficult to find those brief moments to score, and so that is big for Cam to get that one. And the Inner Glory giving 25 damage on the plunge rather than the usual 15 on the imps. So finding ways to sneak in some offense, that is going to be the key in what is going to be largely a defensive battle. So this is an opportunity for sure for Dugo. Again, 25 damage, so that is also big, and the throw means that Dugo keeps everyone in here. Doesn't have any permanent banishments to deal with.
To each his own.
Two imps crashing into each other here. So in many ways, this is almost like the opposite of the all curves matchup that we've seen on times previous, in which if you blink, you might miss it, because it's just all offense and little to no defense. It's just a matter of who gets the orb first, and they win, more often than not. Whereas this time around, it is a lot more of a chess match. Trying to find those small little times and small little places in between auras in which to sneak in a score such as that. And little advantages can add up. Things like making sure that you score with an imp that has Inner Glory. If you do have some that have it and some that don't. Oh, speaking of the imps, the arena imps might have been helping Dugo out there, forming a bit of a wall in front of her Pyre. Other thing will be the portals, such as that one there. That is a dangerous one for Cam. Right next to the Pyre, but she doesn't need it this time. She throws it in for the full 25 damage. That might have been the quick throwing imp there, because that was quite quickly that she was able to get up to the full 25 damage on that throw. So perhaps making a difference on that occasion. There's a Lanthorn triggering for Dugo, bringing back one of the imps when banished. Messenger in, able to cut off that attack. Raji, I think, is that quick throw? Yes, that is a very quick throw for sure. Raji is very dangerous in that regard. And I think that is the additional aura imp there. But he does not have the extra damage, so there you see the difference. If Cam had plunged with one that had the full 25 damage with Inner Glory, then that would have been the game. But Messenger Imp did not have it, and therefore Dugo lives on for now. See if she can come up with a counterattack here, and almost had enough time with that one, but Tizo comes back in time to intercept. Has the orb again here. He does it!
The essence prevail. Their pyre yet burns with
Always a
vigor
pleasure, Cam.
and resolve.
Of course.
It's time for me to go.
This night's
No worries. Thanks for stopping by, Dugo. Pleasure to have you as always.
until the next rite.
Have fun, beautiful people.
You too.
See ya.
Alright, and that means we are looking for someone to swap in for Dugo here. Cam, are you good to stick around?
So I don't think I will play any more rides unless Cool Guy comes back.
Okay.
So you might want to find somebody else for me as well.
Okay. In that case, we're looking for a double switch here. 2 people we're looking to get in. One for Dugo and one for Cam. In that case, yes, absolutely. If anyone is still hanging out in chat and has not yet, or Discord, and has not yet gotten the chance to play today, then now is your time to hop in. And happy to get you in, of course. General objective, general goal is to get as many people in as we can on a given day, so we'd like to get in new people if possible. And Phaler has not yet played today. Why don't we get you in? That sounds good. Then we will still be looking for one person to go against Phaler, but let me set you up. Phaler, are you on Steam right now? I feel like I'm not seeing you at the moment for some reason. You might just need to boot up Steam, because I'm not seeing your name at the moment. There you are. Okay, now I see you. Alright, invite sent. And let me set you up on stream as well. That's, hold on. That's not how you spell Phaler.
That's my name, don't wear it out.
Well, okay. That's the proper spelling this time, and Phaler, you'll be the Fate?
Yep.
Alright, got you all set up. That means we're just looking for someone to go against Phaler here in the second spot. Is there anyone who's not yet played today who's looking for the chance to get in? I think there might still be a couple people in chat who I've seen with the occasional post who have not yet played today, so if you'd like to, happy to get you in now. I can fill in if we're looking to just wait it out and see if, say, like Cam was saying, if Cool Guy comes back, and Cool Guy was gone for a little bit to get something to eat, I think, then maybe the two of them will jump in, but I have already filled in on a couple occasions here and there, so like I said, I would generally prefer to get in as many people as possible, people who have not yet played today, so if you do fall under that category, then love to get you in. But if not, I can hop in for a little bit. At least at the moment, in Twitch chat, I'm not seeing anything. Let me just do a quick check in Discord, see if anyone is trying to send me messages there. just hot takes on people's thoughts about sparkling water, it would seem. Okay. Don't think I see anyone who is saying that they absolutely want to get in right now. So generally speaking, if you are interested, best way to let me know would be in Twitch chat. That's easier for me to check. Actually, okay. Alright, perhaps other conversations happening in Discord that are not as directly affiliated with what's going on or associated with what's going on here. Okay, so why don't I jump in then? Cool guy pitching in on the Civil War effort, raising those funds. If you haven't done so yet today, make sure that you do chip into the effort. Let me plug in my controller though, and I'll get ready to go. I think this is the most tangled up I've ever had my controller, where it is wrapped around the leg of my table. I couldn't even tell you how many times. There we go. All right, and let me change my name on the stream as well. Yeah, I thought I did see Ponzer a little while ago hanging out, and Ponzer, if you are interested and available, happy to get you in. But as of right now, I'm not seeing any, or I'm not seeing Ponzer volunteer at least, so I'll jump in. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. What is this I'm reading? Okay, there we go. Let me change myself here as well. Actually, let me double check if I'm technically player 1 or player 2. Yep, I am player 2. Good stuff. Okay, so, Baylor, why don't we just jump in with a normal right to start things off here? Shake off some of the rust. And we'll see where we end up.
The fate shall
That's the
now
book.
face the Pyre hearts.
The Failure does have a particular setup that he does like to take here. You wonder if he goes for it on this occasion. That setup would typically be, yes, leading off with Velbert, for sure.
Dalbert.
So in anticipation of having the Baja men show up here, I'm thinking I might lead off with someone like a Teasel. I think I can get by with just that. Maybe even a Titan Tooth?
Tizo.
Oh, I'm going for the hardest of hard counters. Ouch.
Wasn't sure if you were gonna go for all curves or if you're gonna go with the
Exile.
Fate setup. Maybe I have deterred you enough from your cur ways and forced you into going with the Raji plus Almer team here. But okay, at least that settles the first spot. Now I don't really have as much of a specific thing that I have in mind. Maybe I'll just go for the huge. In which case, maybe it's a worm, maybe it's a cur of my own, or maybe it's even a savage. Maybe it's even a savage. And this might mirror a bit with what Thaler opts to take next, if he does in fact choose to complete the Fate team.
Exile.
We shall see. Oh, did we just hit our Civil War threshold? We may have.
Yeah, we did.
Alma.
That we did. Yes, so, congratulations. Who was it who actually had the finishing contribution? Was it Mel? I think it was Mel.
No.
Mel's like, what did I do? So yes, just to give you a little explanation as to what the Civil War is all about. Basically, we've had 2 civil wars thus far, and the general idea behind them is that we will split the Rite Club in 2 and form teams of a sort, and have one group face the other group, and we'll keep track of how many rights one team wins versus the other team, and whoever has the most wins at the end of the night is the victor of the Civil War. And usually we have a special theme to go along with it. So, for example, the first one was Quarterback Manly versus Speedy Wolfred, and so one team was using Manly with the throwing talisman, Sling Bullet, and then the other team was using Wolfred with the Tailwind Crest, Speedy Wolfred, and then our second one was Snadra, meaning Nadra, versus the world, meaning everyone else, because it was basically a case of seemingly Snadra having a ginormous fan club, and then there was just, well, everyone else who was not Snadra. So, those were the 2 previous Civil Wars, and we'll have to see what's in store for the next one then. Of course, it won't happen today in that case. That'll be a next week type of thing. So, let's see. In that case, I mean, I could opt for taking a team member to commemorate past Civil Wars and go with something like a Speedy Wolfred. How many people have I taken thus far? Have I just gone with 1? No, I have 2. Okay, so I can't go like Snadra and Speedy Wolfred and take both of my remaining characters as someone to commemorate previous Civil Wars, because I only have 1 left. So maybe we'll save that for a future occasion. In which case, I'll go with someone speedy, like, say, Lady River. And for you, let's see, I don't have a Prayer Beads person yet. It is a little tempting. I also don't have a Tailwind Crest, like maybe the speed would be nice. I'll actually go with the speed.
Exile.
Well, there you have it. There's a general idea of what we have upcoming in that case.
Many banishments.
Hello?
One triumph
Oh, I didn't
stands
realize that's my last
alone.
person.
Glory
That
goes
was silly in
first
that
to the
case.
great.
None of that. None of that.
Absolution.
The victor was Speedy Wolfred. Thank you very much.
Into the adversary's flame.
Oop, no, I missed that one.
As per the sacred law.
Speedy Wolfred was the winner of the first one, and then Snadra, I believe, was the winner of the second, though we had some very close... Snadra versus the World was extremely close. Speedy Wolfred versus Quarterback Manly was not
The orb
close.
has hit the mark.
Speedy Wolfred ran away with it.
The orb is taken.
Oh, I
Tis
missed
what
the
the
block.
scribes ordain. No more than a lick of flame remains.
Hello. Oh, not quite.
Dangerous.
Tried to weave a little way around. Oh, and you snuck past as I was trying to banish the other people. Well done.
The fate prevailed. Their adversaries did not even come close.
Question mark, question mark,
The
question mark?
night is complete.
Wait. There was a right?
Until the stars align.
What just happened? In the right itself? We had Thaler going with the Fate setup, and I went with, what was it? Tizo with Titan Tooth, plus Gareth with Quick Throwing, I think, on the second spawn, and then lastly, Lady River with Tailwind Crest for speed, and Thaler won with 80 life remaining. I scored once with a full damage throw from Gareth. It was quick, though. That's kind of what we were talking about before, right? When you have the small arenas like the Book of Rites, and you have speedy groups like curs and quick-throwing savages and worms, then things can be over in a flash. And Phaler is quite experienced when it comes to just that kind of setup. The good boys. Yeah, I was expecting Phaler to go 100% curs, and then that's why I deliberately chose an imp that was in many ways supposed to be a counter to that and may have forced him into going with the all-fate team, but that's not exactly a B team for Phaler. He's more than comfortable with that team as well. And the bouncy boys. Anything else we'd like to see for the next rite? Anything in particular? Or should we just go with whatever we want to go with? Also, open invitation for anyone to swap out with me. Like I said, I've certainly played several rites already today. So, mostly just filling in until someone else wants to jump in my place. Do the Coldplay. Oh, Lag Machine with an Exiles request. And Lag Machine, there's someone who's not yet played today, but with the requests, okay. We'll see what it is. So it is Exiles. That's the start. But we'll see what Lag Machine has in mind. Will it be the curs we were perhaps expecting to see in the previous rite? Something entirely different? We've seen what? We've seen all demons today. On a couple of occasions, actually, I think. We saw... There was another one that was a combination of worms and curs. Ah, it's a draft. Okay. An exile draft. Where we can choose between Udmilda, Vizpoleth, Manly Barker, Rookie, Lady River, Almer, and Tizo. And we can both
Those are good things.
and we can both ban one person. So it's a pick and ban of course, or of sorts. Alright. Let's give it a shot. So I assume, Phaler, you are picking first, because you're player 1. Which probably means
We do
I...
our band first.
What's that? Or do we do it all in advance?
Our band first.
Welcome.
Yeah, I ban first, and then you pick.
Who shall conduct?
Yeah.
the
So I'm gonna
rites?
ban... Well... I mean, there's no shortage of people who I would like to ban for you, but I guess I feel like I'm obliged to ban Orlek. Oh wait, hold on, let me see. That's not even an option, is it? Hold on. Let me look back at the options, see which one makes the most sense then. Of the ones there... I'm gonna ban, I think... Tizo. I'm gonna ban Tizo for you.
Alright, I'm gonna ban River then.
Okay, so you're going Vizpoleth, and that means I can't take Vizpoleth, right? Pretty sure that's what lag means with the draft. You are taking Vizpoleth, and Vizpoleth is not available to me in that case. Going with the Webbed Lanthorn on Vizpoleth, that's interesting. That was largely the reason why I wanted to ban Tizo, was to make it less likely for you to have strong Webbed Lanthorn plays. And did you say who you wanted to ban for me already?
Yeah, I banned Lady River.
Okay, ban Lady River? Gotcha. Let's see, who does that leave me with? In that case, I think I'm gonna lead off with Rookie. I can go with the Cur action. Get myself a strong scorer. Lead things off. And then we only have one ban, so you're free to take whatever you want here. Almer's certainly also a strong scorer. That's a good pick for your second pick, for sure.
There are an abundance of rope scorers here, so I think you're getting the throw score quickly is something.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing is... There's another cur on the board, but I already have one of those. So it's a little tempting to go that route, but other than that, secondary scorers are a little lacking on this list. At least, I think you probably took the best one in Almer. That's tough. I think I either double up on the curs, or take... think here. I'm gonna go with taking... Where are you? Ludmilda. I think you're the best secondary scorer remaining. I took prayer beads already. I'm gonna make you my thrower by giving you the Star Splinter. Because that's an unblockable throw. So in that way it's very good, but it's not as fast as Almer's throw. So it's a little bit worse, a lot worse in that regard, because there's nothing that comes close to the speed that Almer has with his throw. In terms of what I want for masteries, though, I think I'll go this route. Okay, so last one for you, Phaler. Yeah, I figured you'd probably end up taking the cur here. So that gives you a strong plunging scorer with Barker, and then a strong throwing scorer with Almer. I already have my 2 scorers, so I think this is going to be my more defensive character.
You've got men.
And I think, yeah, that means I don't have many options in that regard other than Manly. Is that the only person remaining at all? I think that might be the only person.
I think so, yeah.
So I don't think I have a choice for this one. That's pretty much what I was going for anyway. I was thinking defensive person in the last spot here. And take the little bit of rekindling. Oh no, I don't shield very often. My saps. I'm thinking this. And then what do I want for a talisman? I could give you the throwing range and turn you into a little bit more of an offensive character, and you'd have ridiculous range at this point. Not a terrible idea. Quarterback Manly? I was on Team Speedy Bullfred. No, I can't. I can't do it. I can't will myself to do it. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. Could go... Does the additional presence also affect the size of the ore for the sapling? Or is it only Manly? Only Manly? Okay. So I already took the Numbing Gust, so Typhoon Bottle is not a good choice. You sometimes see people use Vengeful Vow, which is a little crazy, but I mean, Scribe Rock is not a bad choice. It's just I would love if it also worked for the sapling. We'll go with that. All right, here we go. Good request there, Lag Machine, for sure. I like that one a lot. Making us think. Okay. So, this is my primary plunging scorer. This is Phaler's best defensive character. So, offense versus defense, unstoppable object versus, or unstoppable force versus immovable object. There we go. Do you think I put prayer beads on Rookie? But Phaler did take the starting Pyre. Hold on. That was a bad time to pass the orb. I did not know if I was going to survive that one or not. Didn't have the momentum, but it didn't matter. That was a pretty lifeless triple hop there, but it worked nonetheless. Speaking of triple jumps, there's Phaler's. Okay, but now I have Rookie back in my first spot, which is definitely where I prefer to have him. Stuck there a bit. Oh, Manly took the hit. Not sure that's necessarily what I wanted, but... Okay, so here's my thrower. In theory, you're supposed to be an offensive character of sorts. Not that I love that, but... Retreat! No, not quick enough. I will get Rookie back. I'd like to bide a little bit of time here to get more people back. Was expecting the power cast. Or at least the quick cast with snap cast. Okay. Again, offense versus defense here. Want to make it so that I can go in either direction there. Get failure to commit in one direction, then go the other. Like that. Fade out the sprint. Saw that one coming. Fool me once. Not twice, though. Ooh, that was perhaps an opportunity there. Oh, and I was expecting you to jump, and you did, but just didn't quite time that one correctly. Run. No, I wanted Rookie for that one. Numbing Gust helps, yes. Oh, and we both sprinted in at the same time. Retreat. Oh, well done. The jump makes it in. 30 damage there. But no prayer beads on Udmilda. It does put me at a numbers disadvantage now. Whereas Rookie does have prayer beads. But he is definitely the one to plunge with. Ooh. Collided mid-flight, and I was hoping I'd have the stamina to jump in, but oh, large enough ore there from Manly. I wanted Rookie, but took a little too long playing hot potato there. Oh, maybe couldn't quite hide behind. Oh, just in time with the jump block, but there's another Numbing Gust. Will I get someone back quickly enough? Oh, kind of, but not enough to intercept the throw. Okay, Udmilda. Rookie should come back pretty quickly here. That throw is unblockable, and that does it. GG. That's fun. I like the strategy that adds with the pick and ban.
The ceremony is complete.
And, you know, I may or may not have just brought back a Titan who's gonna destroy the world. Sorry.
Until the stars align.
Alright. So let us know if there's anything else that you guys want to see. Like I said, still open invitation. Anyone who wants to swap out for me, happy to do so. What is a civil war without a deadly Titan? It's okay. Don't worry about it. That's the least we have to worry about, right? Eastlog versus the Scribes? Maybe. Maybe. We'll have to see. Not seen any specific requests, though. Maybe people still thinking a lot about, well, what could happen? What could happen with that civil war? What could happen with Eastlock Unleashed? So, let's just go in with a typical right then.
The fate shall take
Native blue,
on
okay.
the Pyre Hearts.
It's another small arena.
Welcome.
And no specific requests here, so
Who
take whatever
shall
you'd like.
conduct the rites? Ametha.
Okay. So you do lead off with the harp. And we were talking before about how good is a harp in Gladealoo, where there are those obstacles, and we saw that although you maybe are not technically flying over them, you're sort of autopilot around them a bit, and functionally maybe that's almost just as good.
Is not at all just as good.
It's definitely slower and less efficient from a stamina standpoint, because you need to spend more to get around it. But at least it's not like you just hit a brick wall and stop short.
The thing is, The main thing is that there's fewer paths for you to get to their pyre. Less room to maneuver, so you get blocked way more easily.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of which... why not? In that case, set up a brick wall. And perhaps Phaler thinking, well, I might do something kind of similar there. And I think with us both having very strong defensive imps, that may require that we get a little creative with the way in which we score. So I'm thinking, It worked once, will it work again? We're about to find out. Do I want this on you? I'm actually gonna pass on that and go maybe with this. This is, of course, a very strong arena for that, where there are obstacles that are right in the middle of everything, at least certainly toward the end. And that's gonna be an even harder wall to break through if Phaler can block effectively with the first imp and then bring the other imp back with the second one. So there are almost always going to be at least one, if not two defenders back. Possibly, of course, as many as three. But Phaler will be exile-less almost never, probably never. I was thinking for the last one, we save the quick throw for you, and I mess with my brain there, switching the place in which it was, but here we go. Oh, I forgot that you have to charge up the jump on the Savage. Oh, and well done with the sprint, not the jump there. I was like, I know it's coming. But then I was like, oh yeah, I held the button, which I'm not supposed to do on this occasion. Not quite the distance on the jump I was looking for on that occasion. I did just barely see that one. Nope, that one I got stuck on the brambles, so there you have it. I would have liked to have jumped over there, but I kind of got stuck in place. Oh, and that time I just walked straight into you. That's never a good strategy. I'll tell you that much. That's my Titan Tooth in.
Good.
There we go.
That was rather bold.
That's the idea, at least.
The two triumvirates are naked.
Okay.
Such chaos.
I'm not really sure I wanted to do that, to tell you the truth. Don't forget about that. Oh, I should have jumped through it. Oh, you flew around me. I got stuck. I did not mean to do that. I got stuck.
Exactly by the book.
Okay, just want to make sure that you don't explode on everybody. Ooh, okay, I was gonna say, yeah, I was hoping for a double banishment there for sure. Oh, wanted to throw, but not quick enough, I'm afraid. Not quick enough. Take everyone out. Oh, that only took out one. That is not what I wanted to see. Definitely not what I wanted to see. Oh, as he's banished, he gets off the throw. That is just how quick that savage throw is. Oh, couldn't do it that time, though. Couldn't quite do it that time, though. This is dangerous.
Get out, Tizo.
Certainly was. Certainly was. You know, Mildred's just like, yeah, East lock this, East lock that. Oh, I held on to that throw just a little too long. I could have released that. Oh, that's dangerous. Yep. Ooh, couldn't get out of the AoE. Just not quite fast enough.
Kamatha has doused the flame.
Well done on that one there.
Now go on just once more.
Okay. Nope. You won that trade for sure. And there's the hard push. It's victory. Wait.
The fate prevails. What a glorious performance, I must say. The rite is ended. Until the next rite.
Alright, so chat, let us know if there's anything else you want to see. Like I was saying before, if anyone wants to swap in for me, happy to do so. Otherwise, I can stick around. Anything else you guys have been scheming up? Any more picks and bans? Any more specific exiles or masteries or arenas? Talismans you want to see? If not, we can just go for whatever feels like it's fitting. And it looks like maybe we'll do that. Sure. Whatever we'd like for this one, then.
The fate shall confront.
Okay, this time back to the spring we go.
Welcome.
Oh, Lag Machine says entirely commit to one side. Is that
Who shall conduct
masteries?
the rites?
Yeah, for masteries, entirely commit to one side.
Okay.
Have to think about what I want to do with that one there. There are definitely some mastery or some classes that are typically ones that you'll take. Well, it's rare that you take all four, but oftentimes you'll see people take 3. Like going with the speedy harps, it's not bad. You get the salute in there, which is a little strange, but you can potentially make that work. Either you just forget about it and say, okay, we'll sacrifice that one mastery, or you could potentially lean into it and find another way to make it happen. Other than that, other people, Kerr's going all left side, the speed and triple jumps is also certainly not bad. You get the lucky break, which is usually not something you see, but it's not a terrible idea. Those are the ones that come to mind. Other classes, you tend to split pretty evenly between left and right side. Harps, you could also justify going entirely right side. But I think harps were already on the table as one of the options. And maybe lead off with that, and I'll go left side as well. And I'm gonna go... I know you have a harp in the leading spot as well, so I'm expecting us to butt heads in the middle as we both sprint straight towards it. Or we could see that we have the classic dueling harps where we're both charging up one of our casts and it's waiting for someone to commit. In which case, maybe we go with this.
Exile.
Saps could potentially work all on one side. Imps, it's unusual, but on occasion, you'll see it happen. I was thinking about Savages, but that's definitely one where you tend to split 50-50 or close to it. Nomads we've seen on occasion, either right side for almost entirely support, or left side for defense and leech. Okay. So, you went with Tizo. I am thinking... You could be a real pain in the butt and deliberately go all right side on the crones and then take Feral Curse. I will not do that. That would be mean. I will not go that route.
Why not? That's not mean.
I suppose just one of them isn't so bad. If you went triple crones and went Feral Curse on all of them, then let's just say there's...
Triple Feral Curse is the worst.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we said that wasn't allowed for previous competitions, right? I'm curious, if we do go with the Savages, what would you end up with if you went all to one side? Normally I'd take these two, and I'd be missing out on this, and this. Or if I went right side, I'd take these two, and then I'd be missing out on this, and this, maybe.
It's very straight up a jumping tree versus a throwing tree, I think.
Yeah, let's try this. I don't know if I've ever taken...
They go for the best of both worlds.
Exile.
What's so bad about triple howlers? The thing about triple howlers is, so basically, if you use Feral Curse, you turn everyone into Howler on the opposing side, and Howlers don't have any auras and therefore cannot defend. So, if played and timed correctly, using Feral Curse is basically an automatic score because your opponent can't defend against you. So, with one of these, that means, okay, sure, you get one automatic score. However, if you have 3 crones and can do this 3 times and get 3 automatic scores, and combine this with some extra damage, say on a talisman or with some of these masteries here, then you can guarantee that you win, or come very close to it. There are a few ways in which you can counter it, or maybe get rid of your howlers quickly enough to get back someone else to defend in time to stop it, but it is pretty close to an automatic victory, or at least the closest thing you can get to an automatic victory. Maybe you could do something like choose demons and take the additional Pyre life, and that would be a way to make sure that even if you do get 3 automatic scores, you still won't have enough damage to take out your opponent in one or in those 3 rounds. Uh-oh. Maybe we've planted a seed, and Mel is now scheming something up. But anyways, as for this one here, we're still going everything on one side of the tree, and this is my last exile here, and I've gone 2 primarily offensive group or exiles thus far, so I'm thinking this is going to be something defensive here, and I was wondering if maybe a sap could work. Either you go all the way down for the Numbing Gust, or you go all the way down for the maximum rekindling. I think generally speaking, I don't use the shield all that often, or at least not to actually block stuff with the sap, so I'm going to go all left side. But once again, this puts me in a position where I feel like I would normally like to put on a Typhoon bottle for the saps, but of course we're already getting that same effect. So then that poses the question of, well, then what do you put in its place from a talisman standpoint? And that's... maybe the nutrition stick? Let's try the nutrition stick.
Volfred. Begin.
Not quite the range for that. I'm afraid. That is also not the way to defend that. Oh, I was about to pass it to her. Oh, I was thinking I was going a little bit more to the side than that.
Banished one and all.
But we'll just do some of that.
Glory first to the Pyre
Set up the harp
hearts.
throw.
There.
Oh, okay, didn't need to. Oh, no, not quick enough to move out of the way there, I'm afraid. And that is not really great to be defending on the jumps with the savages, especially not when you have the or when you don't have the special jumping ability on them, which I did not have there. Oh, not quite quick enough. Oh, I have the infinite stamina from Gareth. Right, I never have this mastery, but I have it now because I opted to take it because I had to. Okay. That'll take a little getting used to. No, yep, that was the right answer. I was charging up the gas. Get out of the way, Gareth! Oh, not fast enough, I'm afraid. Not fast enough. Oh, and that's the throw the sapling, not the shield button. Remember when I said I never shield with the sap? There's your answer. There's your proof. All right, thank you, Gareth. We needed one of those. That was quick. Oh, and that was nearly quick. I don't think I can throw that in from there. Don't know what I was going for on that occasion. That was speculative at best. What that was.
An interesting exchange.
Oh, and not the best switch ever. That's gonna be easy way to jump in. Ooh, just barely avoided that one. Not quick enough on the jump that time. Wasn't sure who was gonna win that one. Oh, you have a shoulder smash. Uh-oh. Run, Gareth! Run! No.
Why, that was
Oh man, you never realize how much you rely on the reducing the delay on the savage jump until you don't have it. Oh my goodness, it is humongous. Okay, that time I just didn't even... I was like, I know last time I pressed the wrong button between shield and sapling, and then I spent, as I saw you walking up with the harp, I spent a solid 3 seconds thinking, which one is it? Which one is it? Which one is it? Well done, well done.
Until the stars align.
Alright, so it sounds like we have perhaps a few people who are around, but eating or just generally a little bit busy for the moment, but might be able to swap in a little bit. In which case, like I've said before, definitely willing and able to swap in, or I should say, I can swap out for whoever would like to hop in. And I thought Mel was saying that she had an idea for what might come next. We'll see if Mel has any, or anyone for that matter, has any particular requests that they would like to see for this next rite. If so, then let us know and we can make it happen. If not, then we can go back to our choose whatever you'd like kind of rites. At least at the moment, though. Oh, I was about to say at least at the moment, not seeing anything, but there it is. And that might have been a bot that Nightbot just booted. But okay, hold on. Mel's request. At least one cursed talisman. And other things will be the legendary talismans. If you don't take a cursed, or well, you need to have at least one cursed talisman. You could take more if you want. If you only take one, then the other talismans will be legendary talismans. If you take 2 cursed talismans, then the one remaining talisman will be legendary talisman. That's what it seems Mel is requesting here. So let's do it.
That's an interesting one, because usually a lot of the times we can get all legendary talismans requests, and then it locks you into one of each class, whereas this gives you the option to take more than one.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to, you can go with multiple of the same class in that way.
Who shall conduct the rites?
Like, Goals Bracer is always good on the Nomads. That's a strong choice. Toad's Wing on the Imps, it's also good. Other than that, we've seen some people take the legendary Demon Talisman, the additional cast distance. What else have we seen from legendary talismans that are quite common? Cur legendary talisman is quite rare. Savage one, I think, is usually the one that people bash as being the worst. Worm one can be good. Harp one, I think, is very good. It's just that it often gets outshined by prayer beads. And then there's the nutrition stick for the saps, which at one point in time people were not a big fan of, but has perhaps made a bit of a comeback effort. And now maybe people look at it a little more highly than they did previously. Then there's the pass through obstacles with the crones, which can be good. It's a little bit situational, but with the hockey pucks in this arena is maybe not a bad idea. So, need to take at least one first talisman, though. Obviously, we can't do Black Claw on the crones here, but looking at can't cast, but you keep your aura when you have the orb, or have the chance of returning back with infinite stamina, or as a howler, or you have a bunch of stamina, but you can't grasp the orb. So, I wonder... See, I feel like you need to plan mostly around who is going to have your cursed talisman, because that's the most noteworthy. I think we go with someone like, say, how about, I'm doing a lot of savages, so I want to resist the urge to go savage. Let's lead off with a nomad. I don't think I've used any nomads at all today, so I'll go with the Goals Bracer Snapper. I know that's similar to what Baylor led off with. I'll save the Cursed Talisman for later. Baylor going with Tizo on the Black Claw. Imps do have a big aura. It's not bad. Not being able to... Oh, and then we found if you do this, and you take the last lap, it does still trigger. So in many ways, that is just a strong workaround. So yeah, I think that is definitely a strong setup there, and maybe that is the way to go, at least for the Cursed Talisman. I just wonder, do we want Tizo now, or do we want Tizo later? Or a different name later? And so maybe we stick with something else first, in which case we'd be likely looking at a legendary talisman. I'm thinking we go with the harps, and we take this, because I think this is a very underrated talisman. I think it's really good. It's just that it's not as good as prayer beads. It's not as reliable, and so it gets forgotten a lot of the time. And then last one, we'll go Raji. Mix things up a little bit, because I think I've generally been using Tizo when it comes to my my imps. And do we want... which one? Need to come back quickly. We have Harp, middle amount of time it takes. I don't have the ability to bring people back instantly by stepping on their portrait with Snadra. I did not go that far along that side, so yeah, maybe safe return is kind of necessary in that case. And for this one, can I move around where the claw was? Did I already take it? Did I put it? Oh, I gave it to Tizo, that's why. Thank you. I totally would not have remembered that. Okay. There we go. Okay. So similar setups here for sure. We're both going our cast to lead things off. Oh, except I lucked out with that one. Not for long though. Oh, wasn't quick enough to Get that big cast off, and that jump is big as well.
To strike their adversary's flame.
I think this might, crazy as this sounds, this might be the first time I've ever used Gold Bracer on a Nomad. Yeah, I thought you might not want to, Hey, hold on.
A bit of a blunder.
For a second there, I thought that was my Sandra, even though our team colors are nothing alike.
Ah, yes.
Our push. Hamilton doesn't get out of my way.
Zap.
Unfortunately, that does mean that Hamilton is not flying and therefore will not have any chance of getting the Fair Beads effect. Did that just go through the hockey puck? That's not cool. My aura's getting smaller, and can't do much over there. I missed.
Thoroughly vanished.
Come back here. Ooh, hold on.
Sandra
There we go. All right, Snadra, go. Go, Snadra.
A pyre stricken from afar. How
Similar
many
story.
pyre hearts?
Oh, I didn't really want the orb with Snadra, to be honest. Probably want to keep her as my caster, and then I was trying to pass it to someone, only to realize that I did not have anyone to pass it to. That's unblockable.
A true aimed thrust into the fire. Perhaps the scribes are favoring the fate.
Oh, did I get everyone with that one? I think I did. Big cast from Sandra. I see why people like the Gold's Bracer. Imagine that. One of the most popular talismans, and now we know why.
Go to your heads, pyre
Miss.
hearts.
Uh-oh. Down goes Snadra. That's not good. Oh, and got rid of two
One and
people.
all.
Definitely will not be able to come back quickly enough to stop this throw. It is unblockable, like we said, so even if Sandra does come back, she can't do anything about it. Drops me down to 15 life, so one more of those, and I am gonzo. Oh, and there is the big Snadra cast. I don't have anyone to pass it to right now. That means, oh, I was about to try to sprint away, but I wasn't fast enough. Oh, and well-timed jump. Oh, stopped just in time, though. Run! Run, Bamatha! There we go, but once again, was not flying. It does drop Baylor down to 20 life. I don't know why I wasn't even charging up a cast there. That was silly. Kind of forgot about that for a second. Oh, and did Baylor take the ability to bring people back with Snadra? Oh no, I couldn't charge up a cast quickly enough. And that'll do it.
Good game.
Oh, played. Yeah, that was a fun one.
They pulled together.
I now understand why people like Gold's Bracer on the Nomads. It's good.
Thus ended
Imagine that.
It is a proper laser cannon.
until the next rite.
All right. So, just to check in on you, Failer, how are you doing on your end? You good to stick around? You looking to swap out? Similar story for me, in which I'll stick around as long as I need to stick around until anyone else wants to swap in for me. And sorry, I totally talked over you when you responded to that.
Ha, no biggie. I said I'm alright, just stick around.
Okay, cool. So chat, let us know if there's anything else you want to see between the two of us. And if anyone does want to swap in for me, let me know. I am more than willing to do so. Okay, not seeing anything for this one though. But let's just start a normal rite.
The fate shall confront.
And it seems like we've been visiting the Glade of Lu fairly often,
Welcome.
but back here
Shall
we
conduct
arrived.
the rites.
Last time, I'm trying to think if I can recall what we went for. I think we saw some imps to try to have a strong defensive wall on both sides, then I might have taken... I definitely took a harp, I think, and a savage. I don't remember who else Phaler took. Phaler let off...
I took the harp and 2 imps. That's what I remember.
Harp and 2 imps?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Crone and the savage.
Oh, I went with a crone. Oh, I did. I went with a throwing crone, I think.
You had a savage, so your crone was the jumping one.
Okay. Didn't go double throw? I don't know. I don't remember. Okay. So you went worm. Worms are obviously fast. They can maneuver well, but there's not a lot of room in which to maneuver here. But I've done a surprising lack of worms thus far today. I'm just not sure this is necessarily the time to start breaking them out, is all. I'm wondering if maybe it's a little unnatural to me. I'm not much of a demon player, but I think maybe just getting some huge auras in here and seeing if I can lock down a lot of space. That might be interesting. And if we Scribe Rock would make it even bigger. Yeah, I was gonna say, is it 40 is the cap?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. In that case, I mean, we could increase the distance, but I'm not sure this is the place in which to do that because there are so many obstacles that you're not really going to be able to make much use of that. It does make it so that you can more quickly cast for a certain distance. You don't get a wimpy little cast if you just do a quick one. But maybe we just stick with... I mean, we didn't go with Celestial Spike, but we could still use him offensively if we were to go Star Splinter, or we could go with the plunging on Prayer Beads. Maybe we go with plunging on Prayer Beads because we did not go with Celestial Spike. And this will likely be Goals Bracer plus Shoulder Smash. Maybe not on the Shoulder Smash. Just the cast from Snadra. But as we were just saying, Goals Bracer Snadra, it turns out, yeah, it's good. It's a thing. But let's see. For my next characters, I was thinking, what if we... Hold on, I have an idea. Okay, and I would just like to begin by saying I deliberately did not go meta Orlek. I will take the Lanthorn on Tizo. This is the first time I've taken the Lanthorn on an imp today. It will be a little bit meta here, at least on this one. Specifically for Exile. But then, we're going with all true Nightwings. Sort of. Tizo being the
You did
kind
this
of
earlier today too, but you didn't realize that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed it. I missed it then.
I thought that was kind of neat.
Yeah, I like it. It's an interesting setup. I think it's a pretty well-rounded team. As long as you have a way to bring back Orlek, which Tizo certainly can, at least theoretically, make happen. Ideally, you'd have a little bit more of that than be able to get it from Pyre.
There, commence.
Well, there's gonna be a lot of that, I think. Oh, couldn't hop away in time. Ooh, that throw is also unblockable. This will be an interesting one. Orlek does have Prayer Beads. So he is coming back. That is not something you would normally see on the quote-unquote meta Orleks.
Someone there rose to the occasion.
Nope. I should have jumped, not sprinted and then jumped. Technically, a not-so-good move on my part there.
The orb.
Yup, that was gonna get blocked. That was pretty obvious what I was gonna go for there. Oh, I did not see Snadra was just hanging out next to my fire. Snuck past me. Sneaky Snadra. Oh, that's everyone down. That is what you're supposed to try to avoid when you have the exploding worms against you. But also, that's you know, just letting them score is typically not the best way to go about that either. Orlek is stuck.
Good.
No! Mistimed it. I knew you thought I was gonna jump. There we go. Just a question of, can I, do something like this? I didn't actually have to do that. He has prayer beads. I could have jumped. I could have just plunged. Oh well. Nope, switch. That's gonna make it in because it's unblockable.
Deluge's aim was true. The orb is taken.
There we go. So that's gonna blow up. Run, Gareth. That is Snadra, is what that is.
No law against throwing in the orb.
Okay, at least just make sure that he doesn't banish everyone in the process there, but that's almost the same thing.
The orb flies true.
Hanging on by a thread, though. We still are here. Oh, hold on. Let me tab back into fire. There we go. For whatever reason, team decided, no, that you technically weren't in the game there. Okay, so Orlek does a prayer beat, so he's coming back. That much is beneficial. How much is fine? Ooh. Hey. Run away, Gareth. I probably should have just retreated altogether there. Because Snadra, that's what she does. Takes people out. GG.
They brushed aside their adversaries without too much trouble. The rite is ended.
Alright, well played.
Until the stars align.
It's true, though. It's true. Is that not Snadra's specialty? With the Gold's Bracer? She's a sniper. Just takes people out right and left. Her job. Also, she's an assassin, and it is quite literally her job to take people out. Some may say she is a smooth criminal. Though unfortunately not smooth enough to avoid getting caught and trapped inside of an orb for hundreds of years. Yeah, sorry about that one, Snadra. But anyways, let us know if there's anything you want to see for the next rite. Unfortunately, did not save her from an eternity stuck in an orb. Sadra indeed. Sadra indeed. Alright, don't think I'm seeing anything request-wise, so why don't we just hop into this one? Will we be back at the Glade of Lou? I don't know. We might be. No, we're not. We're New Jomir.
Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
Okay, Bertrude first from Phaler. That is one of Phaler's sneaky plays. He's going with an offensive crone. Yeah, and he's going with the quick throws, and those are unblockable from the crones. So there's it's hard to stop that, of course. You need to just make sure that Bertrude does not get close enough to get one of those off. Otherwise, she's gonna score. So, what if, say, we went for, well, like I was saying before, it's been a little while coming since we last did something like this. Not yet done it today. So, why not dust off the worms this go round?
Sir Gilman. Exile.
Okay. Then Taylor's going with an imp. I mean, well, is there any question as to what comes next? No. Of course not. Of course it's also a worm. And Lady River is always the prayer beads worm.
Exile.
It is her duty, her responsibility, her job. Taylor going double imp here. Oh, with the Titan Tooth as well. He's definitely trying to prevent the jumping with those two imps. That is one of their greatest strengths, is preventing flying and jumping enemies. But last but not least will be Deluge. And Deluge, for him, the last worm, we have some flexibility with which talisman we go for. Sometimes we go for the speed on Tailwind Crest, although oftentimes I like to, at least in theory, have a little bit more defense coming from the last worm. Though, generally speaking, the defensive strategy with this team setup is the best defense is good offense. So maybe in that sense, we'd actually be better served going with something more offensive. Of course, the classic strategy is to go Vengeful Vow with the worms. I tend not to do it when I'm going with the triple worms. Is it just, you know, an attempt to not go with the quote-unquote meta? Maybe to a certain extent. But other than that, what would we go for? I'm thinking we take the speed. I'm thinking we do it.
Sir Deluge.
So let's make it happen.
Now begin.
Oh, that was tricky. Cast. In fact, that's a quick throw. Yeah, that is the quick throwing thrown right there, and you saw how fast that one got off. Oh, and that one almost worked, though.
Was almost true.
And there's the throw again. Will that make it far enough? Yes, it will.
Rude's aim was
He has the range to pull that off as well. Like I said, it's really hard to stop. Hold on. Hold on. That throw, does that have enough range on it? That one didn't. It was close, but not quite. That is my prayer beads worm, so that was fortunate. More coincidence that that happened to be the right worm. There we go. Just loop around the defender there, expecting us to jump straight in. Not this time. Maybe some other time, but not this time. There goes Gertrude, for which I'm thankful. Oh, you have the Titan Tooth, though. That is a good combo for you, and oh, just in time. That was lucky. Gertrude's back. Oh, I got stuck. Oh, I probably should have jumped on that occasion. Oh, and you had Messenger Imp just hanging out there. Well positioned. Well done.
Tis taken.
Oh, I wanted to go back to Gilman. No, not quite enough. Jump. Nope, not quite. Attempt number whatever this is at this point. Oh. One moment, please. I'm pretty sure he just said Crucio, as if he's doing one of the forbidden curses from Harry Potter. So apparently, worms, actually Death Eaters. You heard it here first. Oh, wanted to turn around. Momentum. Hurt me that time. Oof, indeed. Oof, indeed. Nope. Not this time.
The orb.
Nope. Hold on. No, not quite.
Seemingly unfair.
Seemingly unfair indeed.
Remember everything.
They're fast.
You hold
They come back. They run. It's what they do. Oh, I was expecting to throw there. That probably would have done it, and that was not a smart attempt there. That's unblockable. That's probably going to be game. No, not quite. Ooh. Run, Lady River, no! Oh, that was poorly timed on my part. That's making... No, that's not making it in. That one will, though. That will be game.
and it is
There it is.
That was weird. Good game.
The scribes themselves surely have taken note. The rite is complete.
Well played, well played. I feel like usually, Failer, you take out my worm team before I can really unleash the full worm madness. So I feel like that is one of the few times in which you've really gotten a feel for what it's like to be on the other side of it.
True, but the setup was intentionally more defensive. Double miss and the only one score.
Mhm.
I don't think I capitalized on the Titan too as much as I could have.
Yeah, I definitely, I mean, you got me once, maybe twice with it. I definitely was not making a conscious effort to try to avoid the imp that had the Titan Tooth. I didn't even remember which one specifically it was, which I probably should have tried to. But I wasn't really jumping. That was another thing, was I was basically just sprinting straight into the Pyre and deliberately not jumping. I guess that was in some ways the way that I was working around the Titan Tooth. I jumped a little bit. I guess that's not entirely fair to say I wasn't jumping.
Pretty often, yeah.
Yeah, just not, I think I was more so like jumping as a setup to get around a defender, less so jumping straight into the fire. But let us know if there's anything else you want to see for the next Rite. Like I said, open invitation, anyone who would like to swap in for me. Happy to do so if you haven't gotten the chance to play yet today, or at this point, I think it's fair enough. We've been going long enough that if you have already played today and you want to get back in on the action, that's fair. Happy to do so in that case as well. Not seeing any requests, nor am I seeing anyone volunteering to jump in, though, so why don't we keep on going? Oh, hold on, right as I say that, yes, we do get a request. It's for talismans.
The fate shall now face
Only ones that
the
directly
powers.
affect our stats. So the Faith Egg,
Welcome.
the Tailwind Crest, and the Scribe Rock.
Who shall conduct the rites?
And the rings.
And the rings, that's true, that's true. No worries, no worries. And of course, I see the Pit of Malith, and immediately, my mind goes to one thing in particular, but on this occasion, maybe not as easy to get the job done if we are doing this specific talisman request here, so maybe I'll save that thought for another time, and we have been doing a fair bit of it as of late. Baylor probably does, at this point, get a sense as to what I'm implying here.
Yeah, you want the distance throw talisman for that.
Yeah. Distance throw, quick throw, maybe even the banishing throw talisman. I am, in case it's not clear, referring to deliberately bouncing throws off the walls with savages. But, let's see. We're going for the stat boosts. Who did Baylor go for? I was not paying much attention. He went for Ametha. He took one of the rings. Yeah, so the rings, I think, are definitely... That's a way to mix things up a bit here. What if... I don't think I've done much of this. What if I go for the demons on it? And what is the preferred setup when you're going this route. I suppose in some ways you don't really need long stride, but crushing heal is certainly good.
Crushing heals, yeah, you need to get crushing.
Yeah, that's more so to get here.
Something long stride does is reduce the cooldown on your sprinting, which is extremely helpful when you have the infinite stamina. So you definitely would want this either way.
Okay. Okay. In that case, why don't we have you go the extra presence, and you're gonna take this ring.
Ignatius.
Taylor's going with the other ring on an imp. That's interesting. Of course, under other circumstances, it would be fairly easy to get the infinite stamina on an imp in particular, because you can go with the legendary talisman, but not when we're going with these specific talismans, so maybe for that reason, Baylor sees that as a reason enough to try to get it on an imp here. And let's see, for the second one, do I want that to be the second demon, or do I want that to be my third character? And for my third character, what am I going to go for? I'm thinking, so I'll have Tailwind Crest for the speed. I could go Faith Egg for the hope. I could go Scribe Rock for the presence. We're already getting a lot of presence from the demons. I'm thinking we might go with the speed on some with that last spot there. And maybe we do that here. Let's go for, I think, let's try a super speedy rookie. This is a bit of a, oh, that's the wrong one. Getting countered quite a bit, in fact, by the imp that Baylor took, so in that way you could say, maybe not the best option, at least certainly not on this occasion. And then putting the Faith Stone on Orlek is not a bad idea. Makes it so that his respawn time is nowhere near the usual 30 seconds. I think it cuts it in half. Roughly, at least. So definitely not as good as the usual quote-unquote meta setup. No, I'm actually going to go visible left. Not as good as the quote-unquote meta setup in that regard. They can bring him back instantly, at least with some special things to get those to work out in your favor. Things like using the worms, the web lanthorn on an imp usually. But it's a decent plan B. And then you need to have the second ring. Here we go. Oh, she said just one of the rings, and I totally missed that. And we both did it. I think we both did it. Did you take 2 rings, Baylor, or did you just take 1? Because I totally took 2.
Oh, yeah, I took both.
My bad. Run, visible up! Nope, not. Maybe. Oh, this time. Okay, take out the Orlek.
Thoroughly banished.
And you are thoroughly banished, at least for the next few seconds here. Can I get this off? Yes.
A rather cunning trick.
But Baylor did go for the extra Pyre life. So he's certainly still moving
The
here.
orb is up.
None of that business. Oh, that's. I didn't really want that. Oh. Nor did I really want to do that, to tell you the truth. Oh, I jumped, thank you very much. Orlek said, I don't care about that, I'm totally proud of you. I knocked back what would have been my other best defender. That backfired a bit. Ooh. Orlek down at least. There's that. Nope. Definitely not that time. Orlek nearly goes down there.
A swift recovery.
Ooh. And speaking of swift recoveries, I don't think Iggy's going to be able to be swift enough to make it over here.
Engage.
Okay. Maybe a big bad Orlek, but you can kind of, sort of, get rid of him that way a little bit, except not really. Yes. Oh, charging up the cast, but it was not fast enough. Vids will not be fast enough either, I don't think.
No more than a lick of flame remains.
Oh, just shy of the Pyre there. This is the first time where I think I actually took advantage of the infinite stamina. So much for that strategy, right? Oh, well, I blocked Orlek,
It is done.
but that wasn't the person I needed to block.
The fate
Good
prevails.
game.
GG.
Their adversaries prove no match for them. The ceremony is complete.
Alright. Well played.
Until the stars align.
So let us know if there's anything you want for the next rite. Otherwise, I suppose I can attempt to make it up to ML and go for the actual all the attribute boosting talismans next time round and not go with double rings as we did that time. Yeah, so I'm happy to do that, if you feel like we can make it up to you in that way. But if you have anything else in mind, then of course we can do that. Or we can just go back to the whatever you'd like type of rite. Got a good laugh out of it. Right after we picked them all, it's like, oh, wait, no, we were supposed to do that. Oops. Alright, sounds like Phaler needs to take a second anyway, so let me know if there's anything you guys would like to see for this next one. Scheme something up while Phaler is away. Something devious, remarkable, likes of which he's never seen. It'll blow his mind. Won't even know how to react. He'll just be so taken aback. It was bound to happen at some point, I suppose. It happens. Huh. Something Civil War related? I mean, we could do a bit of a or attempt to do a bit of a recreation of previous Civil Wars. Either go quarterback Manly versus Speedy Bullfred, that being the first one. Although I think Phaler and I were both on the same team for that. We were both on Team Speedy Bullfred. Or go Snadra versus the World. I think we might have both been on the same team for that one as well. I know I was Team Snadra. I think he was too. Huh. With only that color as their background? Or as their raiment's color, like their clothing? Because there are 3 members of the Fate. You can go Dalbert the Cur, Almer the Savage, and the modded Imp, Raji, are all members of the Fate. So they're all purple, at least with their raiments. I don't remember what color their background is, if that's what you mean. Yeah, in that case, I have no idea. I know all of the Nightwings that you can actually play as have, I think they all have orange, right? I think they all have the same color. Other than that, though, I don't know if I could name a single colored background. Maybe one of the modded ones is purple? I honestly don't know either. Snadra is green. Okay, so I could go Snadra. Zugmilda green? Is it just her robe color, her raiments? Iggy is green, okay. Deluge is greenish. Okay. So it sounds like, at least on my end, we can make something work. For Thaler, maybe not. I mean, if you're willing to stretch the definition of these colors, then Pyre Arts are sort of a cyan, and so maybe if necessary I could go blue, whereas Phaler being purple with the Fate, if necessary could go a little bit more reddish or a little bit more bluish if we're running low. We're talking about picking characters based on the background color in their portrait. And we're trying to figure out if you would have enough people with a purple background to represent the Fate. But we're not sure if you have that.
I'm pretty sure Raji would count. And if
Does
not,
he have a purple
Candace
background,
would.
though? Like, he definitely has the raiments, but does he have a purple background as well?
I think so, but I'm not sure.
Milda is
It might be
purple,
their
apparently?
their secondary color, that yellowish sort of thing.
Okay, so maybe we can make that work. Let's see. We'll have to check. We're in the book. So I think the question is more so with Phaler. I think we've determined it's more like... Oh, Tamitha is purple. Or at least very close to it. Raji is purple. Gunmilda barely has a background at all. I don't know if that's green or purple or what. Palmer's like a pinkish purple as well. You could, I think, basically just go for an all-fate team, or you could throw in Tamitha if you want. Whereas for me, let's see. So yeah, we were saying Snadder would work, Iggy would work, Barker would work. Deluge is a little bit of a yellowish green, which is surprising given how I'm the Pyre Arts. You would have thought, if anything, his color would be the closest to mine. But actually, Lady River is probably closer in terms of her coloration, and Palmas is also greenish. So, yeah, I definitely have more options than Phaler. But yeah, I think Lady River would be better if I'm going for a worm. So I think we can make it happen. I think it can work. Maybe, at least in Phaler's case, not much different from what he would normally take, because it might just turn into the usual, or one of his usual, all-fate teams. Unless he opts to throw in Tamitha as well.
Exile.
Oh, talismans and colors as well? Oh, I totally missed that.
Oh man.
Did you happen to take a talisman that's color coordinated with your first one?
No, I took prayer beads. That's not.
As did I. Maybe we give an exception to prayer beads, and from here on out, you go purple and I go green?
Sure, why not?
I think you have plenty of purple-ish options. There's a lot of, like, purplish blue. Well, maybe not. Star Splinter, I think, counts. Dying Flame probably does. Lunar Glass definitely does. Bottled Void, maybe. Maybe Haug's Wing. Yeah, and it is fitting that the Fate have the same color background as Fate. I was actually surprised that, yeah, Deluge does not at least have a terribly close background relative to the Pyre Arts color. It is definitely much yellower and not as blue. Okay, so I have Lady River. I deliberately chose you instead of Deluge for that reason. Then, for my other greenish characters... Who is this one back here? Is that Borfrit? Yeah, you can't really see her at all. But I assume it's probably the same as Palmas here, since she's also a member of the Beyonders, who's also a modded character. Probably that light green. I think that's not quite as true to the Pyre's color as, say, Barker, Snadra, or Iggy's colors here, so I'll go with one of them. And for this spot, you know what? I'll go with Snadra. And I would say, can I make Goals Bracer work from a coloration standpoint? Not really. I'm gonna say that might be another chance to embrace the Goals Bracer, but not really seeing it. I think Bright Wisp could be, Luminous Idol, Dual Band, Sling Bullet, all those look like the closest fits. And then if you're going pure green or greenish yellow and not trying to get the blue aspect into it, then maybe the Healing Leech or Thorn Knot, which are probably a little bit more natural fits for Snadra. Yeah. Let's go with that then. And go with Critical Strike. Does Baylor have a jumper that we should deliberately get Shoulder Smash for it? I think so. I think with Dalbert we probably should. Let's take that, and then we'll just go with the Stamina Regeneration.
Sandra.
Oh, Palmas? Yeah, Palmas is the modded sap, and yeah, he does have basically the same color background as Deluge, which is a little strange. Now, they're obviously not from the same team. Deluge is a Pyre art, whereas Palmas is a Beyonder. And Palmas has a different color background from Snadra, who is a Beyonder. Snadra has a darker color background, a little bit harder to see here because this is grayed out a bit since I already took Snadra. But for the last one here, again, either Iggy or Barker, and I did go somewhat recently pretty aggressive on the demons, so let's go back to Curse here, and it's more so what I would typically be comfortable with. Bright Wisp, I do kind of like it on my speedy characters, but also Mooncrest and Rite Nite. I didn't really think of those as options, but Typhoon Bottle's probably a little bit too blue, not green enough for that one to work. So I think I'll pass on that for that reason. We'll go with the Bright Wisp. Oh, I'm glad you like Snadra.
Begin.
Nope, no, Snadra. Oh, actually, did not really change in time, but it worked out nonetheless. Oh, I was waiting for him to commit in one side, and it didn't really matter.
A flame is stricken.
Ooh, yep, you saw it coming. Not surprisingly. Oh, I was about to cast on you. I was about to cast on you.
'Twas flung right in. Oof.
Come on. I know it's coming. I know it's coming. I still know it's coming. Oh, I thought third time maybe you wouldn't jump. Maybe you wouldn't jump that time, but you still went for it.
Someone grasped the orb.
Oh, I walked into that explosion. Oh, that time you didn't, though. That time you didn't jump. I just hopped right over your head.
Now go on, just once more.
That's the person I wanted to have the orb, because I knew that you had the Bright Wisp. But I'm used to it being on the worms, not on the curves.
Now to the flame.
Ooh, good taps. There's the shoulder smash. That's what that was for.
That one almost got through.
Oh, I passed that. Thank you very much.
Farewell, Sandra. As per the
Didn't jump that time, though. Ooh. Oh, that was not actually shoulder smash that time, unfortunately. And here comes, oh, Dalbert must have run out of juice that time, because I don't think I jumped for that one. And you do not have prayer beads. Oh my word. Oh, you didn't do it that time.
It is
Oh, the cat and mouse game. Will you jump? Will you not jump? 50-50 chance. Well done.
Well-conducted victory it was. The rite is done.
BT.
Do you want to do a liberation now?
Yeah, I think we're just about at that time now, right?
Until the next rite.
Yeah. I think we
Approaching
can
9
move
o'clock.
on to that.
Right. And yeah, I suppose, well, if anyone else would like to jump in last minute to steal the glory in a liberation rite, I welcome you to do so. You may switch out for me if you would like. Kick me down the mountain if you must. But, you know, I'll just come back years later and haunt you and become the antagonist, and then we're gonna have this moral dilemma of whether or not you should actually allow me to earn my freedom back because maybe I deserved it to begin with, but... What? What? No, that's totally an original story. I definitely made that up on the spot. Yeah. Oh, were you not here last time around when we did our liberation rite, Mel? Oh, you're in for it then. You are in for a treat. Okay. So, let me set up Tariq bot then. And I think this is our first Tariq bot of the day, is it not? I think we
Yeah, I
were
believe so.
much more ambitious on the exile and mastery and talisman requests, less so on the songs this time. Okay, 1 moment. That's round 1. Never mind the fact that I actually misspelled the thing that I was telling Freebot to do. He still seemed to have figured it out. Did he though? Or did I actually mess that up? The name is throwing me off a little bit there. I might have messed that up. Oh, and I definitely messed that one up, though. Hold on. And I also... Okay, hold on. I cannot type today, apparently. There we go. I think we now have this set up properly with Tariqbot. Just can't quite see the full name. Yeah, Failer's cleaning up my mess. I'm making terrible requests for Tariqbot, and he's not going to understand what I'm trying to say. Let me, while Failer is doing just that, turn off the in-game music. Okay. So, for the Liberation Rite, what we will do is we will have Never to Return playing, of course. We will be at the Fall of Solium. We will not take any requests. We're just going to go with our best teams, give it our best shot, and see what happens. So here we go. Oh, and did we turn on the summer intro? We probably should turn on the summer intro, but... Arch Exiles! You stand at the Fall of Solium. At stake is your freedom. Only one shall prove themselves worthy. The Fates stand ready. The Pyre Hearts stand ready. There you go. There's your pseudo summer intro.
Gertrude.
Okay. Baylor's going with Gertrude with the quick throws. We saw it a little bit earlier. It is really hard to defend against because those throws are unblockable, and with that talisman, they come quickly. So, what would we like to do about that? I could try to break out the worm team once again. I think that might have been who I went with against it when Phaler went that route. Oh, I know I had at least one worm that time, I think. So maybe we give that a shot. Technically speaking, the worm team is a little bit flexible. It doesn't need to be 100% worms. Well done on the pseudo intro, thank you. Okay. And you are the prayer beads person, Lady River.
Exile.
So I can go all worm. Theoretically, I could swap out this last exile for something else if that felt like that would be helpful. Usually I do go for all worms, but technically you don't need to. Think I will. Think I still will. But I'm thinking on you, Deluge. Maybe. Oh, hold on. Maybe we keep it as Deluge. But perhaps we go with a throwing talisman of some variety, like a Twilight Shard? I don't know. That's a new addition for me on the worms. I tend not to go that route, but we'll see what happens. Oh, that was a jump incoming. You are the dangerous one, Gertrude. There we go. That is the prayer beads worm. That's the one we want to be plunging with. Oh, hold on. Attempt number 2. Hey, Gertrude. Just short of the target there. Bro, it's coming. Does that have the range? It does. Oh, I do wonder if it is just barely on the edge of the range like that. If technically speaking, the throw is low enough that might be blockable on that specific instance. I catch it at the very end of its flight, so to speak. Bring around the Rosie. Which way will he go? Apparently it's this way. Oh, but I just need to gets the throw off. It does make it in. Like I said, it's unblockable. I tried to jump just to see if I can make it happen, but it's very unlikely. Very unlikely to make it work. Oh, this time. Tried to juke you. Couldn't pull it off, though. Not this time. Oh, and that throw? No, you're a little farther away this time. It was still enough, though. Was still enough. Still managed to pull it off. Hey, what's up? Ooh, there we go. That is technically not the prayer beads worm. And by technically, I mean it is not the prayer beads worm. That's a little bit unfortunate. That's not really what we wanted to have. That throw seemed like that was awfully far away, but oh, that was close. Oh dear. For a second there, I forgot that you have Deluge as well. I was like, wait, what? Where'd that worm come from? I am potentially down a worm. Or I am definitely down a worm because I have my, Oh, and you did not go for the jump. I have, Gilman plunged when he didn't have prayer beads, like I was, talking about before. There we go. Lady River is the one with prayer beads. So that's fine. Oh, just barely avoiding the defenders now. And maybe should have just gone for the sprint. Not the jump that time. Okay, Gertrude is the one who's most dangerous to score, but for a second there it looked like maybe Phaler was going for something else. Oh, hold on. Off the races we go. Oh, and off the races we return. There we go. Still not the prayer beads worm. Still not ideal, but it is a score nonetheless. Gertrude is the dangerous one. Will that throw make it? I think it will. I think it will. And it is done.
Good game.
GG.
their adversaries confidently thwarted.
Well
Thus
played.
end this night's proceedings.
Right. So, with that, that was our liberation rite, our final rite of the night. Thank you, Phaler, and thank you everyone else who participated in the rites today. Always pleasure to have you, and thank you all of you in chat who gave us the various requests today. I'm going to duck out of Discord, but I will see you next week. That does also, of course, mean that we are now Tariq botless, so we are without music, so let me just turn that back on real quick here. There we go. And also, I'll throw on this screen here. And yes, thank you all for tuning in today. Hope you had fun with today's Rite Night. We are, of course, doing these Rite Nights every 3:30 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time on Sundays, and we are doing them primarily with the people from the Rite Club Discord server. So if you are unfamiliar with that group and want to get more involved in these Rite Clubs, in these Rite Nights, then joining that group right there that I just linked is the best way to do so. We can get you in on the action. As for what else is going on, I'm Lids. I am hosting those Rite Nights. I am also doing Witcher 3 streams, blind, on Fridays. I'm doing Path of Exile plus Hades on Saturdays. Then on YouTube, I'm posting the VODs for these Rite Nights. I'm also posting the VODs from the Witcher 3 streams. Also, just came out today with a new Among Us video featuring my first ever round as an Among Us imposter, and that was blind. So you can, well, I won't spoil anything, but that was interesting, to say the least. So, I should have that one set up as well. Let me give you the link. So if you are interested in checking that out, that is the link right there. Other than that, also, there is going to be a Gwent, the Witcher-themed card game expansion on Tuesday. So look for a video on that to come out on Tuesday morning / maybe noonish. And outside of that, potentially a little bit more of the Among Us to come in the future. I just finished this one today, so it usually takes me a long time to edit them, so it'll be a little while till we get the next one up, but let me know what you think about that one that just came out today. And that's just about it from me. You can also, if you are interested in staying tuned and getting news of whenever those things are getting posted, you can join my own Discord group, not the Rite Club Discord, it's technically a different one, to see whenever I'm posting that stuff and shoot the breeze. Other than that, if you haven't done so yet already, you can, of course, hit the follow button to get a notification when I go live on Twitch. You can also follow me on Twitter at LidsVids. I'll post there when I go live as well. And that is it from me for the night. So thank you all one last time for tuning in. Hope you had fun.